What's up, and welcome to another episode of Gizmo Slip Tech. I've got my trusty buddy Rocky here. We'll see how long he stays with us. I would not be surprised if he gets into a playful mood because he's been napping for a while, but we've got ourselves a crazy head-to-head today. We've got the XMG Neo 16 with both the 9955HX3D and the Intel 275HX. So if I were to swap over to this cam, I'd be able to show you, but it gets in my way, so I'll just show you for a moment. But basically, we got two crazy laptops today, and we'll be testing them out in a ton of different games. As a matter of fact, I have already pre-tested, I think, 8 games side by side, or 7, I don't know. I think it's 6 games, but 7 tests side by side. And we're going to take a look at those right at the beginning here. So let's up. Will it be a separate video? Yeah, so you can just go back. If you missed this live stream, you can't watch the whole live stream, you can always come back. And you can go to my live streams part of my channel and watch the VOD. So you can always rewatch this later if you need to. And there'll be timestamps at that time. So. Okay, so just making sure that we're good here. Yes, all right. So this is Warzone on low settings. So this is, we're gonna just start straight into some tests. And right away you can see the performance differences are insane. 250 FPS, 151 for 1% lows on the Intel 275HX. We're looking at 193 FPS with 138 for our 1% low. So the 1% low difference is not hugely different here, but the average FPS is a huge advantage to the X3D. And this is on low settings, and it's going to be a lot smoother on the X3D if you're a Warzone player for sure. And then at one point we switch over to, I believe this is now on the Extreme preset. So just pausing here for a moment to look at the Extreme preset. So we were on low settings, which got us 250 and like 190 on the Intel. And now we're on extreme settings, which gets us 200 and 150 approximately. So still about a 50 or so FPS gap between the two, going from low to extreme settings. Now we're talking PUBG. So the initial preliminary Warzone, huge difference in Warzone. In PUBG, the difference is the biggest performance gap difference I've ever tested between 2 laptops with the same exact GPU and chassis. 350 FPS starting out on the X3D chip. This is in PUBG on low settings on the Erangel map. And look at the 1% lows. 170, 180 right now on X3D. It's higher than the average FPS for the Intel. PUBG is the kind of game that was made for the X3D V-cache, is basically what I will say, is that the amount of system latency that's removed by having the 3D V-cache is crazy. So this is the end of the benchmark right here. 335, 171 for 1% low, 136 for Intel, 109 for the 1% low. Marvel Rivals, exact same custom map with a whole bunch of rocket raccoons running around, healing everybody over and over, and just shooting at them and recording the FPS averages here. Now, initially, when I first did this test, Intel was faster by about 10 or 20 FPS or so. And then when I went into the BIOS on the XMG Neo and I turned off the non-3D V-cache, CCD, just doing the one side that has the 3D V-cache, the FPS boosted up by about 20 to 30, I think 30 or so FPS, giving the X3D a slight victory here compared to before. So I don't know if it was occasionally using the wrong CCD or not utilizing the 3D V-cache or what exactly was going on, but with the retest, the X3D came out ahead by just a little bit for average FPS and 1% lows. Not a big gap in Marvel Rivals as it is a very GPU-bound game that is also, I would say, very optimized. Next, we have Rainbow Six Siege on low settings. So this is basically the lowest settings except for textures, which are on Ultra, which is also true for all of the other esports games that we're testing today. Textures is the only thing that is higher than low. So the reason why I tested, I just want to talk for a moment. The reason why I tested these games in particular, pre-tested it, is because a lot of them require an online account. I don't have multiple online accounts for some of these games. And then in addition, I also only have a one set of arms at a time. And in these games, you have to use, move multiple characters and aim and do different stuff. So if I want to be able to actually shoot in games like Valorant and stuff like that, I actually have to test them one laptop at a time anyway. So I just tested one laptop on the left, one laptop on the right, and then go, basically. So, and I also want to mention that this is on the drivers that were current yesterday, but a new driver did drop today, and we're going to talk about that as well. So the new stuff that we're going to go over is the new stuff we're going to test today will be on the newest drivers. Okay, so this is Rainbow Six Siege on low again. So 535 FPS, 418 for our 1% low on the X3D, 355 for the Intel 275HX. So a pretty noticeable gap there, but both systems obviously excellent performance. It would be hard to tell a difference between these two systems if you were playing them side by side. I don't think almost anyone would be able to tell the difference between a 350 1% low versus 418. But still, extremely smooth in both. Next, we have DOTA 2 on the X3D and the 275HX. Another huge performance gap, 320 FPS versus 186. And this is both in a bot match in mid lane with the camera positioned very similarly and hovering over the water in the middle. So just looking at that performance again, 1% low difference is not that big of a difference. Honestly, Dota 2 performance, as long as you're getting at least 120 FPS, you can pretty much play just about as good as anybody ever. But obviously having more FPS is slightly better because maybe you can react to things a little quicker. I don't know. But still, a huge FPS advantage for the average, but not a big difference for the 1% low on Dota 2, surprisingly. Next up, we have Apex Legends, which is a game that I have stopped testing as much because computer hardware got so powerful that basically in Apex Legends, you're talking about hitting max FPS on even like an RTX 5070 or 5060 probably. Even a 4050 could probably hit 300 FPS on low settings. I don't know, maybe not quite, depends on the resolution and everything, but yeah, it's a huge difference for other games. But Apex Legends, the difference is so good on both systems. You could not tell a difference here. Both hitting 300 FPS basically nonstop and 220 to 230 FPS for our 1% lows. At the end, I think the Intel 275HX had a slight advantage, actually. So pretty interesting. Oh, I did not put Valorant clips into here. Ooh, okay, so let me see if I can find the Valorant clips. Or did I not record the Valorant clips yet? I was going to retest the Valorant clips. I recorded the initial Valorant clips on my phone, but I may not have gotten them. So let's see. I was pretty sure that I re-recorded it, but I'm not seeing any file named Valorant. Well, we could always retest it today and see what we get live. I don't mind doing occasional, I don't mind doing an occasional game side by side like that, one and then the other, but it's just very inefficient to do in a live environment because it takes a while to load in and out. So Rye with the $5 super chat, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're planning on doing the 9955HX versus Ultra 275HX. This one is the X3D chip. Today's live stream is the X3D chip. The 275HX, that's going to be, I don't know if we'll do a 9955HX3D versus 275. I don't know. Let me show you. I mean, to some extent, today will be that because we are going to be able to compare some of that data. So let me just show you the data sheet of the data we've collected so far. So this is the data sheet, and I have put our 9955HX3D versus 9955HX data here on the left. So we can see some comparisons here, like in Rainbow Six Siege, with a 5070 Ti, you're able to get 355 FPS or 315 FPS on average. And with the 5090, you just get way more FPS, 532, 495. So you are pretty much GPU bound in Rainbow Six Siege, at least to some extent. And having that extra GPU power still boosts your esports gaming experience. I'm not sure about Valorant though. Valorant is extremely CPU bound. It's much more optimized, I think, for CPU performance. So I'll need to actually go back and retest some of these games. Marvel Rivals, you can see that it's also very GPU bound or very GPU sensitive, even at low settings, 269 FPS versus 195 for a 5070 Ti. And as we fill out and do more of these tests, we'll get more data here. But PUBG being a huge 146% advantage to the X3D is the biggest gap in any of the tests so far that we've done. Valorant was also a very big gap at 700 average, 330 for a 1% low versus 523 and 257 for a 33% advantage in Valorant. Warzone, 29% advantage with 1% lows, being 33% on the extreme setting at least, only 10% on the low setting, but still very interesting results for our initial preliminaries. And we're about to do a whole bunch more side-by-side tests right now. So before we do that, though, I do want to go over a couple of things, a couple housekeeping items. We've got Doom. We do have Doom today, but I just saw Doom here. We have a game update driver that just dropped a few minutes ago. I've installed this already and updated both of the laptops. We'll be testing on the latest drivers that just came out. Then let's see here. Let's talk about the laptops we're actually testing. So if you're in the market for a gaming laptop, I just want to mention there's a link in the live stream description for the laptop list that I helped create and help manage. So this has top deals to get a best deal on a laptop, as well as just information, basic information on just about all of the laptops that you can buy this year. So if we jump over to the XMG Neo 16, we can take a look at the specs of the laptop that we'll be testing today. So we've got a QHD 300 Hertz with 32 gigs of DDR5 5600 memory. We got an RTX 5090 equipped with an HX3D processor in the XMG A25. Now, if you go to the XMG Neo E25, this is the Intel equivalent, Core Ultra 9 275HX with a 5090 in this scenario, 32 gigs of 6400. I think it's 6400. Actually, I think it is 56. Is it 6400? I'm not sure. But the memory speed is much faster on the Intel. But despite that, actual game performance is so much better on the X3D. So memory speed is obviously not king. Having a 3D V cache is king when it comes to gaming performance, at least in CPU-bound games. GPU-bound games obviously does not matter as much. So let's talk actual specs real quick. So the X3D chip, they claim a wide variety of gaming performance gaps here. We have bigger gaps than some of these. 8% is all that's claimed in Black Ops. We just found it was like 30%. So it's interesting that my performance specs are actually a bit different. Now, the 9955HX3D, the key things you need to know is it's a Zen 5 with 16 cores, 32 threads. There is multi-threading. That's why that's 16 cores, 32 threads. So double the threads as cores. And then there's a bigger L3 cache available on the X3D chip. If you jump over to the 9955HX, their more basic one, same exact specs except the L3 cache with the 3D V cache is only 64 megabytes. And so this does not have the 3D V cache on the chip. This X3D chip has a 3D V cache technology that basically lowers the latency and improves CPU-bound game performance. Now, when we compare this with the Intel Core Ultra 9 275HX, we're talking 24 cores, 24 threads, and 8 performance cores, 16 efficiency cores. So a lot of cores here, but there's no hyper-threading. You also can see that the L2 and L3 caches are just a lot smaller on this. I don't think do they even show the L3 cache? I don't know. But the L2 cache is only 40 megabytes. And yeah. So the cache on here is definitely going to be smaller. And probably the biggest difference is, in my experience so far with these, is general computing, it feels exactly the same. In the vast majority of games, it should feel very, very similar, but just with a little more smoothness from the X3D, smoothing out some 1% lows, which hopefully we'll see today, but we'll let the testing data actually speak for itself as we get into it. And I also want to mention the other two laptops that we'll be briefly comparing. This is the Strix G16. It is also behind me on the wall with the 9955HX and a 5070 Ti GPU. Now, this one and the 9955HX3D. So I've got two laptops I've tested now with the HX3D. This one has the 5070 Ti, and this may be a superb budget esports gaming machine. And I say budget, it's really more of a mid-range at $24.99. But it should be able to hit excellent frames per second. But as we saw in some of these comparisons, you still get more FPS if you upgrade the GPU. Like I said, Rainbow Six Siege went from 355 up to 532. So, and you may be better off getting an Intel CPU with a more powerful GPU if it costs less money than the 9955HX3D, because this Intel 275HX5090 is crushing the X3D on the 5070 Ti pairing, at least in Rainbow Six Siege, but that really is going to vary from game to game, depending on how CPU bound it is. And there may be more testing that I still need to do with these laptops, but this is what we got today. It's going to be over 40 tests today in total that we'll be going over. So we should get started, because it's going to be a long live stream. We've already gone over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tests already, because we did a preliminary video that showed us performance. So yeah, all right. Well, cool. Let's move on to the next phase. Oh, and at the end, I also want to mention at the very end, we will be graphing the data that we get. So if you just want to see data at a glance and come back in a few hours, it should hopefully all be graphed out for us to see the head-to-head comparison. Obviously, there may be still corrections or more tests needed if anything needs to be redone, but hopefully we get some good data before the end of the live stream today. Okay. Sweet, glad to see so many people on the live stream. I believe that covers all the preliminary information that we need to before getting into the live stream. The boyo is out. He is zonked. You ready for benchmarks, buddy? Yes. So we try to do a routine with him to play with him a lot before we start this live stream so that hopefully he can be tuckered out for the actual live stream's, official part of the live stream. Because when he has energy, he is off the walls going crazy. So, all right, so that's where we're going to start out for now. We may need to adjust this some as we get into some of the games. All right, and for our game list, this is our game list right now, pulled up in the middle. Some of these have already been tested. Some of them have yet to be tested. So let's just do it live here. All right, so I'm gonna hide these for now. And hopefully everything is actually prepared. It's really hard to just, I tried double, triple checking everything, but there's just so much stuff to prep for a live stream like this. It makes it difficult. So, all right, so 8 to 64 bench RAM speed test is our first test for today. And I need to move this mouse back over here. So I can use this computer from a little bit more of a distance. There we go. And, you know, I think I am going to reposition this. There we go. All right. So here's our ADA 64 memory speed test. And let's see here. I want to tilt this back a little bit more. That should be a little better. And we need to separate these just a little bit. There we go. All right, and now I can zoom just a little more. And focus. Okay. All right, so, oh my God. All right. There we go. All right, so much faster read, write, and copy on the Intel memory chip, which was surprising to me. I was not thinking that it would be so much faster on the Intel chip, but for some reason it is. It may just be a bug in the ADA RAM speed test, but as far as I can tell, this is accurate. So all of that said, this just, to me, it goes to show you how unimportant RAM speed is in terms of general performance. Like the 3D V cache more than makes up for having slower memory in games. I don't know if this is that important for typical game scenarios, but yeah, I don't know. The L3 cache is a lot faster on the X3D chip. You'll notice that right here, with a faster latency as well. So that's interesting. Same for the L2. But the raw memory speed is a lot slower. The L1 cache is also faster on the X3D chip. So you get this weird, like, the main memory is a lot slower, but all the L1, 2, and 3 caches are much faster. Also, this is claiming DDR5 3200. I believe this is just a glitch, as it should be. Yeah, and this is DDR5 3200 as well, but this one should be doubled to get to 64. So it's weird. This is a bugged out interface. This is DDR5 6400. This is DDR5 5600 memory. All right, so let's see what's next. Speedometer test, okay. So speedometer test is ready to go. And here we go in 3, 2, 1. Now, for this test, I want to be clear that both of these laptops are currently hooked up to the XMG Oasis water cooler. I can show you that here in a moment. They both are being ran off of an external SSD. They both are going to be in the, I believe we're going to set them both to be in the Overboost profile, or should we do custom? We can do custom, but interesting that the Intel chip went much faster through this test. And yet the X3D scored quite a bit higher. Okay, so let's just verify that we're in the same profile. So you can see that water cooler is attached, and we have it set to balanced mode in both of the systems. For performance profiles, let's see, I gotta go like this, there we go. So this is an Overboost. Let's set it to custom, and looks like we don't have anything set in here right now. So we're gonna set it to maximum and no GPU overboost. There we go. We're gonna enable fan boost, and we're gonna go to custom profile, Gizmos Tech, and this will do the same thing. Fan boost on now on both of the systems. And there's no automatic GPU overboost. as well. All right, and let's try running this one more time. I don't think it'll make any difference, but let's just find out. Are you going to compare these with productivity software as well? We are doing some of that today. We do have Cinebench R23, R24. Did I do R23 on the X3D? I'm not sure if I had time to do. I did R24 for sure on both systems. We also have Blender benchmark and Time Spy and what else? I'll have to see. Okay, so those are our results. We'll use these ones because these are in the same profiles. CrystalDiskMark, Cinebench R23, R24, Time Spy, Speedometer, 8-64. Those are going to be our main system tests for today. So 39.8 versus 35.1. So in theory, the X3D chip is just a little bit faster. All right, let's go to our results for Blender benchmarks. Ooh, we may need to actually do the Blender benchmark. They don't take too long to do, so I thought I downloaded it already, but let's find out. Nope. So I did the Blender benchmark on the X3D already, but I had not tested that on the Intel chip just yet. Okay. So let me find the results. Okay, so the Blender for the X3D processor was 133, 91, and 64. People don't really use this data though, because they know they're going to use the GPU to render it. So 3,781 for Monster. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see the numbers better. 3,781 for Monster, 1998 for Junk Shop, 1919 for Classroom, and we've almost done downloading the benchmark over here on the 275HX. War King says Lenovo Heart. Yes. And some of the benchmarks today, it might be better to pull some of the Lenovo data because, yeah. We'll start the benchmark for the Intel chip. Should only take a minute or two to do this benchmark, and then we'll have data results to compare. So I know that Hogwarts is currently bugged on the Intel 275HX on the Neo 16, because even after doing the latest, well, maybe the latest Nvidia driver fixed it, but based on the current one so far, it's still having like half the FPS than what the Lenovo Legion Pro 7i did with a 5080. So it's obviously not right. So something is wrong still with the Hogwarts benchmark, but we'll test it out today and see if it's been fixed. My hope is not too high though. So we can get some more kitty cam action in while we wait. Rare. Yeah, easy good boy. This is Rocky. He is a newly adopted kitty cat from the local park. He was a park cat, a stray. I've had him for about 2 weeks now and been basically learning how to deal with a cat, is what I'll say. Because he is a handful at times. Oftentimes he's just the sweetest little cat like right now. But then sometimes he is like at 3 a.m. running around, bouncing around, making all kinds of noise, getting into things, and waking us up, jumping on our feet, biting the toes, you know, biting the hands. He's a kitten, you know. He's only about, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 months old. Don't know how old because he's a stray, but anyway, it looks like it's almost done. So let's see the result. Okay, so on the Intel, we got 4003, Junk Shop 2100, and 216 for Classroom. Wow, so some nice performance gains there on the Intel side for some reason. That could be the faster memory coming into play right there. I don't know. But that's pretty interesting. If I zoom, be able to see this number on Intel a little bit better. But yeah, let me just do this and take a screenshot real quick. All right, snipping tool. Let's just screenshot this guy. All right, cool. So next up, we have our CrystalDiskMark results. So these both have Gen 5 SSDs in them, which means they're going to be super fast. Faster than anything you'll ever need, probably. The write speed here, for some reason, running a bit slower. Probably could be worth retesting. I bet you it would test better if we did a retest. So for these read and write speeds, I mean, it's so fast that you're probably never going to notice the difference between these laptops at all, let alone other laptops with a Gen 4 SSD that's only like, say, 7,000. That's still insanely fast. You'll load your games so quick, it's crazy. You don't have to worry about it, you know? So while this is doing the test, let me just go to KittyCam and look at some chat. I don't want to buy XMG MacRevo because it's built by Tongfang. I don't know anything about their quality. Well, I would say that it's a very high quality product in my experience so far now, but the biggest thing, whether it's or not, it's Tongfang, is that I think the reseller does matter, and I think that buying from a company like XMG, they really stand behind their product, and that's one of the reasons why I would recommend them if you do decide to go down this road and get this kind of chip. Such a big difference. How is that possible? Oh my God, yeah, it's a huge difference, isn't it? I ordered the Alienware Area 51 18-inch model with 1590, 2 terabyte. Is the Alienware Area 51 18 a good laptop? Because it has the best cooling in 2025 laptops. I don't know if it has the best cooling. It should be good though. Whoa. Haha. Our write speed got even worse. Look at that. I wonder if something's being written in the background. But that's pretty bad for our second. Sometimes I have to test CrystalDiskMark several times to be able to get the best. And I usually just show the best result, because that usually represents the best possible data. But, I mean, look at that. That's crazy. I mean, is Steam downloading anything? Steam's not downloading anything. Why is it slow? Anyway. So either way, really fast performance from the SSD. I don't think you'll notice the difference between these two systems, and that's the main thing I want you to take away from that test data. Cinebench R24 is next, and possibly R23 if I tested it. Okay, so Cinebench R24. right, so this is a really good result, the best result I've had so far in Cinebench R24. And I did several runs of Cinebench R24 10 minutes. So this is the result. I don't know if it's the best result, but it's close. So let me zoom back out a little bit here. Cool, so you can see everything. Nice. All right, so, and I'll make the numbers try to be about the same size. All right, so 2164 for multi-score on the X3D, 2243 for the Intel 275HX. Also single core performance better on Intel. So in multi-core rendering and in single core, in theory, the Intel could be faster. Now, I also tested this on air. Let me pull up the 10-minute run on air. So this is no water cooler, and Cinebench R24 on air. Also went down a few points on both, but when they're on air, they're very close. So 2115 versus 2132 for our scores. And so we're talking only 17 points difference. Very, very minimal. Now, I did do a bit of testing on the power levels. Let's see here. Cinebench R24, 10 minutes into the run. Okay, so this is 10 minutes into the run, collecting the thermal data. All right, or 8 minutes into the run, I think. And this is also on air on both systems. So that's obviously not right. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so they're both between the 8 and 9 minute mark in the Cinebench run, with the data being pulled from this. Let me scroll up a little bit and zoom in a little bit, and also hide this, the game list for now, so you can see this data a little bit better. So, so the key thing here we're looking at is temperatures, power throughput. So the Intel chip is taking a whole lot more wattage into the chip. It's averaging 169 watts right here during this run so far. And so during like the last 6 minutes of the run, it's done 170 watts, basically 169.8 watts. And the X3D chip has done 144 watts by comparison. So the X3D chip is also, it's bounced off of thermal throttling just a little bit, but the average temperature for the chip is only 90 degrees Celsius, whereas the Intel chip is 96 degrees Celsius. You can see both of these systems though, it's absolutely cranking in terms of performance. Average core effective clock, 4.3 gigahertz. Average core effective clock on the X3D chip, 4.6 gigahertz. So in terms of which one performs better at a lower wattage level, like the X3D chip can reach its peak performance more easily with less wattage. I mean, it is easier, I think, for a computer to cool 144 watts compared to 160 something watts or 170 watts, you know? So, but considering this is both on air, this is excellent performance overall. And the actual runs that we got from those were this right here, 2115 and 2132. So you can see that even though the X3D chip takes less power, it's still putting out almost as much performance, though the Intel chip a little bit ahead. I also did a run on battery, but had some goofy results. All right, so I'll show you the results, though I don't think that they're particularly revealing. Let me see. This is not, okay. Final run on battery, okay. And the Intel chip got super bugged on the single core render. It only got 47. I don't think that's normal. I would expect this to improve. But on battery, the Intel 275HX, it did better at 1201 for multi-core versus 956 on battery for the X3D, which was surprising. I would have thought the X3D chip would have done better on battery, but I guess not. And that was during a 10-minute run. All right, Cinebench R23. Let's just load up and do a run live for Cinebench R23. We will not do a 10-minute test, but we will do some side-by-side runs for posterity's sake. And we'll do some one-off runs, basically. Good, good. So for this, we are going to push this like this. I'm going to take this and we're going to put it like that. I think that gives us full access to both, almost. Just going to scoop this over a few pixels. All right, that gives us full readout, I think, for both. Cool, and we're just going to do our effective clocks. Effective clock, especially our average effective clock, and we'll start a run. So, initial power throughput. You can see on the Ryzen chip is 166 watts, 165 watts. The package power on the Intel chip, 199 watts, 205 watts right there, 209 watts. Whoo! Both of them cranking. Whoa! Whoa, okay. So it looks like the X3D chip took the W right off the bat with 40,111, breaking the 40,000 mark, versus the 39,603 for Intel. If I were to zoom in here a little bit, you'd be able to see these scores just a little bit better, but yeah. So yeah, even though the Intel chip is screaming on the wattage, the X3D chip manages to win out. This is actually the first time I've seen the X3D chip win a little head-to-head action like this. The Intel chip has won all of the 10-minute scores for multi-runs side-by-side that I've done so far. So it's pretty interesting to see. Let's just let it do another run, and we'll see the results for the second round. See if they're any different. 39,622, 40,076. Nice. So obviously all of the cores and threads are activated right now on the X3D chip. And I'm really tempted to turn off the CCD again to go back to make sure it's only using the 3D cache for gaming. But if you do that, it's also going to hurt your multi-core rendering performance. All right, this is our last run for this. 39,873, 39,406. So Cinebench R23, it's doing a bit better than R24 for some reason for the X3D chip. So if we use the best runs there, then the X3D chip definitely a little bit ahead in multi-core. Okay, so let's take a look at our next result is Time Spy and then Steel Nomad. All right, so there it is. Time Spy result. And this is with no overclock. That's with Overboost. I suppose they're both, okay, so these are both with Overboost Extreme. applied, which I think does apply a small overclock. And you can see that the Intel chip, it does better in the GPU score. And I don't know, I'm just thinking the Intel is going to be a little more optimized here. For the CPU score, this score is pretty much irrelevant. It's not accurate, doesn't reflect real world gaming performance or anything. So don't worry about the CPU score, just the GPU score. And let's take a look at Steel Nomad as well. See if I can find that over here. Did I do Steel Nomad? Okay, doesn't look like I did Steel Nomad. Looks like we can do Steel Nomad today. Let's fire it up. Oops, stop. We got to go offline for that Steam account. Go offline. There we go. Cool. Arthur Candia says 40K score from a laptop, crazy speed. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I would agree. And that's without any undervolting. We could definitely still undervolt this. It's pretty crazy that you can get even more performance. Is throttle stop still a thing in 2025? Yes, but you need to have a laptop that flips on the ability to use undervolting. I haven't actually tried to do it on any of these current laptops, but Intel XTU and throttle stop or BIOS undervolting is what I would use for Intel. And I would use Curve Optimizer in UXTU or use the BIOS undervolting that is provided by XMG for the X3D chip. Okay. Ryan says, can you turn off the CCD on the 9955X3D on the Asus Strix laptop too? I don't know. I've asked Asus about that today and they've not responded yet. Believe me, it doesn't work on throttle stop. XTU is incompatible. Nowhere in undervolt on the Legion. So if a BIOS does not let you if a BIOS does not let you undervolt, you will not be able to undervolt on any product. And usually, if it does let you, then you'll be able to run it on any product. Does that make sense? So if there is undervolting unlocked, then you'll be able to use it on throttle stop, Intel XTU, or in the BIOS. And some laptops you can only undervolt from the BIOS. Some laptops you can only undervolt if basically the general rule is you can only undervolt if the manufacturer lets you. There's no hardline rule that says that you can undervolt no matter what, period. So it's just one of the things that you got to keep in mind. So I've initiated the launch. Hopefully it should launch around the same time between these two. And all right, we'll take this down. We'll scoot the camera back over to the middle here and zoom out a little bit so we can see everything. All right, I think that's going to be good, but we'll have to adjust when we get into the game. BIOS only lets you disable eCourse. Well, I would say give Lenovo feedback. Send a support ticket in or something saying, hey, where's my undervolting? When I do my reviews, I'll try to give them feedback too. Like, hey, undervolting's missing. We're missing some of the performance on this laptop compared to what it could be. It could also just be a bug too, right? All right, so here we are. Average FPS is basically exactly the same. Looks like our afterburner overlay is a little bit bugged up there with our wattage pull, but it's in the 170s. Looks like 174.7, 175, 171, bouncing around. 1% lows appears to be basically identical. Average FPS is 63 versus 62, so that's basically identical. CPU power pull is both in the 20s for the Intel and AMD. And temperatures, given that we have the water cooler, is in the 50s on both systems. The low 50s too. It's 52, 53, 54. I don't know if it will even go above 60 degrees probably during this test. Maybe. It's kind of insane. The level of cooling you get with the water cooler. Plus, I mean, plus we have the water cooler, plus we're using max air boost. So it's like the super equivalent of cooling. So the X3D chip actually barely beats out the Intel chip. 62 versus 61, 62.2 versus 61.5. Let's do Speedway. Oh, Speedway is not installed. We have to go online again. Close this. Then we go online. Okay, so now it's downloading Speedway. It's actually transferring Speedway over the Wi-Fi right now, so it's going to take it's going to happen very, very quick. Ryan says, do you happen to know if the Strix G18 with the 9955HX3D that was in your CES video is actually real or if it was scrapped? As far as I know, it's real. My guess is that they only have so many units they can sell, so they're prioritizing one than the other. That water cooling setup is really impressive. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Let me, while this is downloading, I can show you real quick. There's the water coolers right there. Hooked up with an SSD, external SSD, hooked up with an external SSD right here. And yeah, absolutely cranking on the cooling. So gotta love the water coolers. Not particularly quiet right now because of how we have everything set up with the max fans, but still. All right, so we'll go offline now and we'll launch it on both. Both are on water cooling, correct, Doctor. It's as equal, this test is as equal as I can possibly make it to the best of my knowledge. Like we're talking same chassis, same display, not same memory because they actually have different memory in these laptops, but the kitty cat has repositioned. Uh-oh, you're not in view anymore. There you go. Yeah, it's extra puffy right there, so that's good, yeah? So Rocky is, he's mostly blind in this eye. I've got a surgery for him scheduled in a couple weeks. And we're hoping that it will, the surgery will fix his eye problem. But basically he had some kind of an eye infection or eye injury when he was a little kitten and it was infected. So he's essentially blind in this eye because there's so much scar tissue and like whiteness covering his eye. And I don't know if he'll actually get his vision back or not, but he might get some of it back, the doctor thought. But you can see there's like this big old sore on part of his eye that covers at least, I don't know, a quarter of his vision probably. I heard your stomach yelling. Are you hungry? Are you talking to Rocky or are you talking to me? The microphone is actually over my stomach. So maybe you heard me. Kind of funny. All right, I'm going to set the FPS counter. Looks like it loaded a little faster on the X3D chip. So a little higher GPU power pull right now on the Intel by a few watts. So this is primarily a ray tracing test. Speedway is primarily a ray tracing test. I think it's valuable to have, but it's not the most amazing benchmark, so I don't use it that much. But I think it probably represents your ray trace gaming performance. But I just think that ray trace gaming performance usually translates pretty well to just normal, regular game benchmarks better. So I usually just skip this benchmark. But because we're trying to do as many as we can today, we're doing them all, basically, or doing a lot of them, doing extra. So 61.1 FPS on the X3D chip. And $61.2 on the Intel chip. So I guess technically it's a tie. I guess technically Intel won by just a millisecond. All right. So I already went over the first game test today, which was Apex Legends technically. So if I were to show you the result here, Apex Legends, we had 300 FPS in both, and 1% low was essentially a tie as well, but the Intel actually had a slight advantage, 2%, 228 versus 223 in Apex Legends. So they have a 300 FPS cap. So that's why I don't think Apex Legends is a good benchmark anymore, because you probably could get 500, 600, 700 FPS or something like that. I don't know, at least probably 500 if they let you have an unlimited frame cap, but they hard cap it with the game engine. Okay, so next up is Baldur's Gate 3. Let's go ahead and get loading into the next game. Oh, yeah. Let's go. We'll need to exit this. And I probably need to relocate okay, so so this SSD was running low on storage space. And so I went ahead and deleted a couple of games that I knew were on the SSD, the external SSD. But the internal SSD was where the games were supposedly located. So it's not going to let us. So now it's going to validate all the files, basically. It's like what I have to do every time I set this up. I think it's going to happen too with this. I deleted 2 of the games, or I think 3 of the games maybe. Looks like Black Myth Wukong is installed. I know that Cyberpunk is another one. And what was the other one that I deleted? Was it God of War? Yeah, it's God of War. Okay, so there. Because Dota 2 was complaining to me earlier about not having enough SSD space, so I cleared out some of the SSD space after I've already preloaded all these games. And I forgot to use my old noggin and say, oh yeah, I have to reload these games. Try restarting them. So we have to wait a few minutes here. So while we're doing that, while we're waiting for a moment, we could try to test another random game. Which game should we try? Should we try Jedi Survivor? So chat, should we try bonus game? Jedi Survivor, Helldivers 2, or maybe BattleBit Remastered? Last of Us Part 1? The first one I see in chat, I'm going to go with. So you guys get to pick it. Yumpy chompa chomp. If you guys do not pick one, then I am going to pick BattleBit Remastered is what I'm going to pick. So, okay, I see Last of Us is the first one mentioning it. So we'll go Last of Us. BattleBit is so fun to play, but no idea if it'll be a benchmark. Yeah, well, it'll definitely be a benchmark. It's more about whether it'll be a good benchmark or not. So someone said Last of Us first, so we're going to go there first. And just check out the performance for fun. I don't think we'll do an Intel one for this one. BattleBit mentioned? LOL. I mean, BattleBit, if I can try Last of Us and then BattleBit is, and if we're still waiting, I can try BattleBit too, I guess. But I know BattleBit is one of the games that may get insane FPS because of the X3D chip. That might be one reason to try it. But so this is the first time loading into Last of Us, and we'll have to deal with waiting for the shaders to complete, unless we just say screw it and hop into the game. But it does impact performance at least a little bit. So, wow. CPU is taking 160 watts right now. Wow. Maxing the CPU temp on the water cooler. Crazy. The shaders, I guess, is the reason. So for graphics, we're going to go to Ultra preset with, yes. All right, Ultra graphics preset, and then display, we're going to put it into DLAA. Whoa. Interesting, so you can only get frame gen on FSR. So if you want to use frame gen, you have to use FSR in this game now. This is the first game I've seen where FSR has frame gen and Nvidia does not. Okay, you gotta turn off VSync. No frame lock. Good. All right. So currently our shaders are only at 24%. So not very good on the shaders right now. Tempted to wait for them, but I'm just gonna say screw it. Let's go to a new game. I want a new game. Start. Okay. So just know that the shaders have not been rebuilt on this one yet. It might affect the performance a little bit. Hard to say. Sometimes it literally doesn't, and sometimes it does. So. But I'm hoping we're going to get 200 FPS. I don't know what we get in the actual game. Once we start showing a 3D rendered image, I will start the benchmark. Whoa, look at us. 320 watts between the CPU GPU right now. Okay, all right, building the shaders, I suppose we need to let it wait because we're, this is the most wattage. Oh my God. Literally 324 watts right now. 25 watts? That is crazy. Okay, all right, let's stop. We got this. Let's go back to main because it's not fair. It's slamming the CPU right now, rendering the shaders. BattleBit is so fun to play, but no idea if it'll be a benchmark. Yeah. So BattleBit is one of the lightest weight games to run. The way they made it. So I don't know. 46% left on the shaders. And if we go to the other, right now, it's validating 21%. So I feel very silly right now. I made a big mistake by deleting those files today. $98. Yeah. I mean, we're doing 320 watts through a system. Whoo! I mean, that is the most wattage I have ever seen a laptop have its wattage like tracked. And it actually reported that high of a wattage. Because doing a cross load, 320 watts, it's insane. That is so mind-blowingly insane. And that's with 98 degrees with a water cooler. True, yeah. But I mean, it was 160 watts to the CPU, 150 watts to the CPU, and then 170 something watts to the GPU at the same time. Definitely no other computer could do that, I don't think. Pretty sure. Probably close to a cross load being that high, but wow. You need that water cooler to be able to do that, I think. 50%. Let's go to one of my saves. Know that it's not going to be typical performance because, yeah, it's rendering shaders and stuff, but yeah, this is not the kind of game that we should probably be doing for a quick test. LOL. But yeah, this is the benchmarking life. Welcome, everybody, to the benchmarking life, where you want to test a game so bad, and you're like, wait, it needs to update. Oh, there's an Nvidia driver update. Oh, we got to do this. We got to do that. Just constantly new stuff. Okay, so I just saw 340 watts being put through the system. There's 170, I think, and 170. CPU at 99 degrees. Holy smokes. What happens if I shoot Ellie? Oh. Hiya. Okay, good. And they don't let you shoot her. That's cool. I only have 5 bullets right now. Bullets in Last of Us are so hard to come by. All right, so I'm just gonna end this because it's taking too crazy to get through the shaders. Let's go to BattleBit. Let's try it out. CPU is melting. I don't think it's melting. I just think it's super hot. I mean, I've never seen it get that hot. Usually it stops at 95. Oh my, okay. Oh my. Kitty cat. Kitty kitty cat cat. It's pulling 160 watts in the middle of a game load, which is crazy to me. Okay, I do not agree. I meant to say I agree. Okay, well, we gotta reload the game again. Ay, 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 ay. Tank wants to know. I want to know if you are able to undervolt properly. Yes, on the XMG systems, you can undervolt both the Intel and the AMD. So the Intel 275HX and the 9955HX both are undervoltable. Okay, I read. And now I have to scroll down. And now I can hit, I agree. You can hear people after you kill them, which is crazy. All right, let's go. Quick match, 128 versus 128. Let's check our settings out. What do we have for our video settings? We'll set it to ultra. No VSync. Max FPS 1400. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. All right. All right, so we have ultra settings. I guess we'll add community servers as an option. It says there's no empty or available in your region. So maybe we need to just go to the server browser. Let's go to players. Okay, so it looks like there's one. But, okay. Tactical squad. Let's deploy. Oh yeah. Okay, so there we are. We're running. Oh my goodness. I mean, the thing I love about BattleBit is just the amount of players you get. I am bleeding. Holding. Bandaging. Holding. Bandaging. Oh, there's a guy right here. Yeah, I got him. Oh, I died. Okay, so 349, 203. God of War is validating at 50% complete right now. How do I give up again? Hold space to give up. Okay. Or you can wait to be revived. Deploy. Yeah. So BattleBit has basically like Minecraft graphics, but you can play it on almost any system, and also because it's so... I'm in enemy territory. Am I not allowed to go to enemy territory? Is it okay to go in enemy territory? I died anyway. Interesting. Okay, so can I go here? Can I go here? Ooh, I can spectate the battle. Literally see everything. Get a better idea of FPS this way too. 353 FPS. The game runs so dang smooth. For having this many players on it, it's crazy. I remember PlanetSide had like 2,000 players on it, and it had so much stuttering, especially when you got into busy areas. But that is cool. BattleBit is a very, very cool game. Let's go, let's hop into Helldivers 2 and see what we can do in Helldivers while we're waiting. Still God of War is at 51%. Add avatar in future testing, interesting. I mean, there's so many, like literally thousands of games I could add. I have to be very selective and only pick the most popular and most benchmarkable games. I don't think Avatar has the popularity, but I did love the first Avatar movie a lot. I saw it in movie theaters 4 times. 4 times in the theater. And I did the Avatar themed Disney World, Disney Kingdom. I think it's in Kingdoms, but it's like a whole section of the park that's just Disney World, that's just Avatar Land. It's like you go in there and everything is Avatar. All the buildings are made as if they're in the Avatar. You got like these giant mech suits and floating islands above you. It's pretty cool. So I don't even know what any of the settings are right now that we have set. It's been a while since I've logged into the game. Hey, we got a bunch of free stuff. I'll take it. Let's go to our options, display, ultra quality render scale, resolution 2560 by 1600, graphics we're going to set to the ultra graphics preset. There we go, okay. Ultra graphics preset should turn everything to max. All right, so right now we're doing 150 FPS, but let's go. Devastators. I want a simple mission. Operation Peacekeeping. Sabotage the supply base. Sure, I don't know what Devastators are, but let's do it. Okay, checking chat. Ahmet says, okay, it looks like Ahmet and Wesley are talking. But if you don't have the ability to undervolt the Legion laptop, I still think it may be worth, it may still be worth doing, but like getting. Can we start the mission? I want to go kill things. Come on. I don't want to be on your ship. I want to be on my own ship, please. All right. I think I gotta be careful when I pick this. So this shows 3 people are already in the mission. So hopefully we can just jump right down into it. All right. Leon Sanderson says, what do you think of the 2025 Strix G18 5080 overall? How's the thermals? Thinking of purchasing one today. I think it's going to be a great laptop. I think it's hard to be, for me, it's hard to be like stoked on it in the sense that I'm thinking that the X3D version is going to be better value, but then you have the Intel version with the 5080 having the toolless bottom, the 360-degree light bar. I mean, there's a lot of nice things. Looks like they kicked me out of their party. So if I just hit R quick play, maybe it'll find me a match to go into. So the Strix G18, I think the main thing is it has a lot of positives going for it. You'll probably really, really like the machine. I think it's just more, the main issue is just when you compare it to other laptops sometimes, you might feel like it's got a little bit lackluster performance compared to the X3D chip. I think that's the only, as long as you can get past that and just accept that you're going for something that's available, something you can get right away, has a lot of other positive features like that premium opening of the underside, the 360-degree lighting, and it's not too aggressively overpriced compared to, say, the 5090 SCAR. You're definitely getting a lot better value in that sense. And I did do some tests with the Strix G18. If you go to my channel, let me show you how to find it. So if you go to my recent videos, right here, this features the Strix G18 versus the XMG Neo 16 with the HX3D chip. So you can get some performance information here, and side by side you can see some of the thermals as well in here on a bunch of different games. And obviously the performance is good. Like it's really, really good performance. The issue comes into play when, like I said, I guess comparison is the theft of joy in that sense, that if you are constantly looking at what else could you get, I would say that the Strix G18, especially if you're not like an esports fanatic, it could still be an excellent laptop. If you're an esports fanatic, that's where I really recommend trying to target an HX3D chip because it's a massive performance difference. specifically in the esports games. Doctor says, need same time 2 PC game tests. I want to do that, but right now we're waiting for God of War and Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate 3 to revalidate the SSD files so we can test those games, you know? So I'm just testing some extra games while we wait. We may have to make this a part 2, like a part 1 and part 2 type of thing, because of how many games I'm trying to test today. Oh my. Kitty cat is being super cute right now. Big yawnsies. Yeah. Are those bright lights in your eyes? Are those bright lights in your eyes? Yes. Chibi 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 chibi. Chibi 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 chibi. His little tail is always whipping around. So I don't know why these guys aren't going. Can we please go? You guys are crazy. I've had to join 4 squads to be able to try to get into a mission, and I still haven't gotten one. And every time you join a squad, you have to wait and reload and unload. It's like just a really poorly designed UI for Helldivers. Like you should just be able to straight jump down into a mission right away, so you don't waste a bunch of time like this. I'll just try quick searching again. All right, so I've got Dream Machine 5090 with 275HX. Did I understand correctly that the only difference from the XMG model shown is the name and logo, because this is a Taiwanese model made in China. So it's more than just the name and logo. You also have the XMG's custom BIOS, as well as warranty support that you get on XMG that you don't get necessarily with you know, like if you run into problems with the Dream Machines, you got to go to Dream Machines to get it fixed, and they may have excellent service, they may not. I don't know anything about Dream Machines, so I just know that XMG tries their best to do good service, and that they go out of their way to make sure that things like the BIOS is updated regularly and that any performance bugs are hopefully fixed quickly. All right, so I'm going to throw this down and I'm going to grab this. All right, so we're on ultra settings, QHD. Wow, performance is not much improved compared to previous 4090 laptops. Maybe a little bit improved, but I'm pretty sure we were doing around 90 FPS to 100 already, so we're only maybe 10 to 20 more FPS, though obviously this is not a like for like necessarily comparison. This guy's just waving a flag. Wait, is the mission already over? LOL. Okay, so 106.97 for our FPS. Obviously playing really, really smoothly. The one true flag. What does that do? Wait, what is this? Can you get into cars now? Shuttle is incoming, so we have to wait a minute to extract, and then we can get out. Let's try to get in this car. Let's go. How do I get in the back? Can I get in the back? Let's go. FPS is remarkably consistent, even when you're in the vehicle. This reminds me of driving a Warthog in Halo. Shuttle is landing. Oh, yeah. Ah! Ah! Okay. Temps are looking good. Yeah, I suppose so. So what is he doing? So temps, I mean, considering we're on water cooled, I would say they're obviously very good, but 83 degrees is a little bit higher than I would normally expect. So I'm guessing if we were not on water cooler right now, it'd be in the 95 range. But still having good performance. Looks like God of War is 96% now. Hey, we got some XP stuff. Look at that. All right, so that's Helldivers. What else we got installed here? We got Jedi Survivor and Red Dead. Let's see if we can load into Red Dead. We might be able to benchmark it. We're still waiting for these games, so might as well just try it, see if it'll go. Red Dead also is historically buggy. It's one of the reasons why I dropped it as a benchmarking game. CZ Saturo says, hey Gizmo, I've been thinking of buying a new laptop and I've been loving your content and info a lot. What is, in your opinion, the best 18-inch laptop? Price not too high, and do you think 5070 Ti is good? Yeah, I think 5070 Ti is great. I think for more budget-oriented, I don't know what your budget is, but I would say probably around $3,000, maybe $2,500 to get a good 18-inch laptop. Okay. They're going to make me Rockstar Games is using two-factor authentication against my will. I never signed up for this, so it's kind of hilarious that they're making me do this. Because I definitely don't want two-factor authentication to be able to go benchmark games. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. He has full cuddled against my belly, just snuggled up against me. Oh my. So if you're just joining the stream, I do have some preliminary data you can take a look at. We're waiting for a couple of game files to download and validate, but this is the game data we have so far. And I did already show some side-by-side gameplay of this as well. Showing these results, everything except Valorant, which I also made a short of Valorant if you missed it, but it's not as high quality, so Okay. Looks like we're into Red Dead now. God of War says 98% and 8 hours remaining until finished. What? That cannot be right. Okay. In general? No. Gotta go to graphics. 2560 by 1600. 300 hertz refresh rate. VSync off. Sure. No buffering. We'll set this up to maximum. And we just need to go down here and make sure DLSS is on. Quality. Apply. Yes. And we're going to restart the game. What? Wants to delete a bunch of stuff. All right. I'm hoping God of War is done. So oh my. Rockstar is broken up here. Oh, the life. The benchmarking life. Why did you send me out of Rockstar? Why does Rockstar's play services even need to exist for a single player game like this? Just let me use Steam. Okay, let's try again. I'm going to try restarting. I'm going to try restarting the Intel laptop because it appears to be stuck on the God of War download. Out of memory. What? What? Only have 21% utilized our memory. What ran out of memory? Crazy. Okay. Yeah. Now I'll bring it back over here. All right. Red Dead Redemption, you get one more try. And then we're just going to not benchmark you if you don't want to run. That's okay with me, I guess. All right. Okay, so now it's validating Baldur's Gate 3, which is going a lot faster than God of War. Usually it only takes a few minutes to do a game. So I don't know why God of War got hung up. Yes, are you doing okay? Are you doing all right, buddy? Kitty Cam, he is cuddled in really, really good. All right, so we're obviously not out of memory. So I don't know what the heck is going on with Red Dead, but it is a broken game from a broken company, in my opinion. They have probably the worst game support of their products of pretty much all the major game companies, as far as I'm concerned. 24 gigs of VRAM is not enough. Neither is 32 gigs of system RAM, apparently, even though we're not using even close to the max of either. FastZ says, what are your opinion on the top intake fans on the new Alienware M series? I'd have to see them in action myself to give any kind of detailed review feedback kind of thing, you know? Kellen says, Rocky is so cute. Thank you. Yeah, he's adorable. Tuckered him out with lots of playing earlier, so now he can sleep in my arms. So we'll try Jedi Survivor next, see if it works. Jedi Survivor being from EA, which is another company that really is bad at supporting their games they release, at least sometimes. So hopefully we can actually get into Jedi Survivor. Rocky is cute, but you can't open Rocky Star games. Ha, cha, ha, cha, ha. I'm guessing Callan is a dad. Dad jokes. Could you also please test the game Once Human? I've never heard of that game, so I don't have it downloaded. Hey, Brandon, did PUBG result astonish you? Yeah. 146% over the existing 275HX. It's crazy. We can show you, while we're waiting for everything, I can show you the benchmark results from the first 6-7 tests I did. I made a video for it, so all right, so we'll go to here, and we can go through some of these. But right here you can see in Warzone, 250 FPS for the HX3D. $193. These are on low settings, so about a 55, 60 FPS advantage for the HX3D, and a pretty big advantage for 1% lows as well. Now this just shifted over to the extreme settings, so we're talking about a 50 FPS reduction on both the Intel and the AMD CPU and GPU, and now we're also being, before, right, in this scenario, we were pretty GPU bound, especially on the HX3D, but like the Intel chip's only 83% GPU utilization on low, 73, 79, and now that we jump to extreme, now we have 99% GPU utilization on both systems. So that's good. Look at the VRAM utilization on the HX3D, 18 gigs, that's interesting, versus 14 gigs. CPU temps are the same. And yeah, performance is obviously still very good on both systems, but 1% lows are looking a lot better on the HX3D. That's for sure. So, okay. Here we go. So here's the PUBG test. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be very interested in seeing this. 340 FPS versus 130 FPS. Literally more than double in terms of the total potential FPS. It's crazy. We're going to go to Window, full screen, full screen. All right. I'll get Jedi Survivor is open. We want to go to DLSS with frame gen. Oh yeah, let's do that. Interesting. So Marvel Rivals was pretty close. I did have to retest more than once. Rainbow Six Siege had a bit of an improvement for the HX3D, but it's a very GPU focused game to where both have absolutely excellent 1% lows and average FPS. So not much of a difference between the two in Rainbow Six Siege. Dota 2, another huge difference between the HX3D and the Intel. And then Apex Legends, basically no difference because both are easily hitting their max FPS. GPU utilization only about 70% on both of them. And yeah, it could probably go to 400 or 500 FPS if Apex Legends let the game engine go beyond 300 FPS, but they don't, which is one of the reasons why I don't use Apex Legends to benchmark as much anymore. Okay, so there's that. Now let's go back to this cam. Baldur's Gate 3 is done. Cyberpunk is at 81%. So we're waiting for these to finish up. Let's just check out Jedi Survivor on the HX3D chip, because this is a game that's notoriously bad. Whoa, my goodness. I need to add the kitty cam. I need to add the kitty cam. We're getting a lot of cute kitty action over here, but it is not visible. So, yes. Yes. Are you the star? Yeah. Okay. There. Okay. So, for our test settings, we have Epic full screen with DLSS on quality with frame generation enabled. Our mouse is not scaling correctly. It's a bit annoying, but let's hit continue. And let's hope the HX3D can fix the optimization of Jedi Survivor to make it a smooth gaming experience. So, oh, it is, so far, very smooth. 90, well, I don't know the controls for this anymore. It's been too long since I've played this game. Spacebar dodges. Okay. Oh boy. Let's run away. We can't run away fast enough. Okay, well, it worked really good. Our gameplay is actually smooth now. I'll reset our averages again. And we'll go here. I believe this is what I was doing for the benchmark, something like this. Hey, buddy. Ah, run away. And then we jump over here. And then we jump over here. And voila. That's the benchmark for Jedi Survivor 13198. Actually, finally, smooth gameplay on this laptop. Historically, it had just a lot of 1% low stutters happening. I haven't not tested this in like a year though, so it may have already been fixed just from driver updates or game updates, but super smooth on the X3D chip. I wonder what kind of FPS we can get in Palworld. So Cyberpunk is at 92% now. Okay. Working, looks like you have a positive Lenovo user experience, that's good. So you have to enable undervolting inside the BIOS and then it should appear inside the Legion space. Interesting. The cat is clingy like a dog. Yes. Yeah, he is. He is, I wake up and he's there. I go to bed and he's there. I go to the bathroom. I come out and he's there. He's always got to get picked up. He goes meow, 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 meow until you pick him up. And then once you pick him up, he's like, finally a happy boy. Sometimes that's the only way to get him to stop crying, is just picking him up and holding him. So Palworld should be another somewhat interesting game to test, maybe. We'll see. Rocky is so spoiled. Yeah, he is. He went from a street cat that slept under cars and on benches in the park to now being cuddle cat half of his time, all the time. All right, let's go. Palworld graphics. We'll do it epic. No limit, no VSync. DLSS on quality. Good. I have to restart the game. Why? The game isn't even loaded in. Nothing from the game engine is loaded in, but okay. You say it has to be restarted, I will restart it. Cyberpunk is done. Now we're just waiting on God of War to finish. So last game is installing, then we can resume our side-by-side benchmarks. Okay, so we're going to start a game. Sure. Let's see what Palworld does. Epic settings, DLSS on quality. It's 120 FPS lock from the look of it. A lot of little 1% lows though as we look around. I'll reset our 1% low counter and see if it gets better. Boy, I'm on a bad place to start. Yeah. Get in my Pokeball. Come on. All right, so we've got to find out, is there a way to raise, increase FPS cap Palworld beyond 120? You need to go see? Okay, go see. Oh, I can change my spawn location. That's cool. Okay, the max FPS limit was correct now. Yay, okay, there it goes. Haha. Now there's a 240 FPS cap. Right? Yeah, we're not going above 240 now. Oh my. He's a meowing boy. Oh, wow, they kill you really fast. But maybe I'll capture that one. Okay. So we're basically easily hitting 240 FPS in Palworld, which is your max frame rate cap. It is taking a lot of our system resources to do it, though. And yes, I have, at one point, captured all of the pals in Palworld on a custom server, including all of the bosses. Is this the best I have for mining? I think so right now. No, I have a mining pick. There it is, okay. Oh, it's damaged though. Okay, well, that gives you an idea for Palworld. God of War is almost done. I'm hoping it can finish while we're testing other stuff. Let's go ahead and get back into testing stuff in the side-by-side. Let's open up Baldur's Gate. Yeah, he's probably got all the energy now, huh? He got enough nap? Rocky is going crazy? I don't know. Rocky, come here. Come here. Rocky, come here. Come here. I don't think going crazy is quite the right term, but I think he's very much wanting to go. Say hello to Fern, who just got back. Okay, so we're gonna go offline. Now let's launch. Okay, I'm excited to actually get back into the side-by-side benchmarks because we kind of got derailed there by the game updates. So you can see all the games that we'll be testing today. And it is quite a list. In total, it should be over 40 total test data points between everything. So I'm going to go ahead and just verify our settings are correct. And I need to make sure this is centered correctly as well. on the laptops. Okay. All right, so video settings, we're going to be doing 2560 by 1600 with DLSS on quality. And then Ultra Graphics preset is what we got. So Ultra Graphics preset, DLSS on quality, no VSync. All right, so we're gonna set the same thing on both. It should already be set on this one though. It is. Okay, so we're basically ready to go. Zoom out just a little bit more so we can read all the data. Maybe tilt this down just a little bit so we can see that a little bit better. And I'm also going to lower our exposure a few data points. Okay, so we are mostly GPU bound. Better GPU utilization on the X3D. We'll reset our benchmark. And whoa, okay. This is a bigger gap than I was thinking it was going to be. Also, I'm noticing we're missing our CPU power limits. So let me open HW info. There we go. All right, so Intel CPU pulling 84 watts, 80 watts. X3D pulling 75, 70, 77, 71. Average FPS 361, 331. So clear advantage to the X3D for average. And for our 1% lows, 302, 236. But those is preliminary numbers. We're about to start the benchmark officially. So let's get started. I'm going to start a new. Boom, and boop. Baldur's Gate 3. Obviously, Baldur's Gate is a huge game series. Won Game of the Year. Still has a huge following. A lot of people still play it. And it's just fantastically written. Really good storyline. 1% lows, interestingly ahead right now on Intel a little bit. Must have had a bit of a stutter on the X3D at one point. I missed it though. We had a big stutter on the Intel chip that time. X3D is now ahead in 1% lows again. You know, this is why you kind of want to do a little bit longer tests, hopefully. So if there is any kind of areas where one chip kind of goes ahead or below unrealistically, then you at least can get a better idea of it, you know, beforehand. Okay, so we're going to end it there. So 311, 173, 278, 160. So pretty dang close, but the X3D is still ahead. I need to turn these a little bit. Like that. I also should hide this. Optimize our view window a little bit here. Okay. And this I'm going to expand and slide over. Expand and slide over just a hair. Okay. Well, that is interesting. Why is this a little bit skewed? I guess it's because these are not aimed right at the camera. All right. I think that's good. Okay, so I think the test was good. Let me record the results in our window. Baldur's Gate 3, 311, 173, 278, 160. So 12% advantage to the X3D for average, and 8% advantage in 1% lows. Let's move on to Black Myth Wukong. Which CCD mode is this in? We are in default. So the way that I like to test, if at all possible, is pretty much always to test such that it's the stock settings without too much optimization or tweaking, you know, like just whatever the stock defaults are on the highest performance mode. And then if, you know, you can boost performance on lower temperatures, you know, by undervolting and overclocking and all of that, then I think that's great. But it's the kind of thing that I'm going to do in a future live stream, not in the initial benchmarking phase of the live stream. So we're currently loading up Black Myth Wukong next. I'm trying to get what exactly Dream Machine's XMG electronics do. They send disassembled kits into which XMG insert a thermal interface, SSD RAM, and deal with the warranty. Is that all? Am I right? So depending on which one you're talking about, right? XMG and electronics, I think, are the two largest Tongfang resellers. They will work directly with, various people within Tongfang to develop the chassis. They'll give them feedback. All of the resellers, I think, will do this, but I think XMG and electronics are the two largest, but I could be wrong. So Tongfang takes their feedback and then modifies the chassis and makes updates. So Tongfang is basically the laptop design team, kind of, to some extent. I may be misexplaining this, and I'm sure Tom can chime in at some point if he watches this live stream. I think Black Myth Wukong may have crashed on the X3D chip because it's not loading. It may just be loading shaders and being non-responsive right now, like this one's doing shaders. But it's not showing that it's loading shaders, so I'm going to wait. Okay, so to get back to answering your question, I'll just switch to this camera for right now until this is ready. So basically, XMG, they handle product advertising, product marketing for their brand at least, but also potentially sending it to reviewers. They oftentimes have software developers that create the BIOS. They have to set up supply chains for the warranty and repairs, as well as obviously the shipping and all of that. So XMG and say Tongfang, right? They'll get together. XMG has an office there in Taiwan, and so does Tongfang, and they'll collaborate on the next product, basically, and they'll talk about what they need for the next version. How can we improve this? Tongfang will take those suggestions and start engineering it, and they'll make the next version for the next year. And then XMG will market the product and sell it, and then provide warranty support and BIOS support. I believe Tongfang will provide a default basic BIOS to the other resellers like Dream Machines, but they don't provide I don't think Dream Machines has like a specific BIOS for them. I know Electronics has Prima, which is another BIOS maker that makes the BIOS for them. So it just depends on the company. And I think the BIOS can impact performance, like having the additional feature that XMG adds, being able to disable the CCD, being able to undervolt, the 9955HX3D. I don't think you'd be able to do either of those things with the default BIOS. So I do think it's valuable to buying specifically the XMG version. Could get you 10% more performance or 5% more performance. But yeah, you don't have to buy the XMG version to get the same hardware. Like fundamentally, the hardware will be the same except for the thermal interface material. Each reseller picks their own thermal interface material, I believe. So basically, they get the parts from Tongfeng, so the motherboard, the chassis, all of that. Some of that's going to become pre-assembled. Then, once they get that all in Germany, XMG actually puts it together into a functioning laptop with the CPU paste and all that. They do all that part themselves. So it's simple, but it's also a complex relationship that's kind of hard to understand. But XMG doesn't just sell Tongfeng laptops. They also sell, I believe, Clevo and maybe another brand or two. But yeah, it's more than just slapping your logo on it and shipping it out the door. Though that may be what some of the people like Dream Machines are doing. So that's why I'm saying it's important to know what the company is specifically claiming to be doing, you know? Okay, so we want 67% for our super resolution. Ray tracing on, cinematic enabled. We want frame generation at 2x, I believe. Let me check. Black Myth Wukong, cinematic, ray tracing on, frame generation at 2x is our first test, and then we go to low. So this is going to be testing how much of a difference it makes. Okay, so we'll apply this. Confirm. It says we have to restart the game, so we're going to reopen it. I hope the shaders do not need to be redone. I don't think they do. All right, graphics, 67, 2x frame generation on cinematic already. Okay, so this is already correct. Interesting. We're going to go in and fight a boss for this test. Mech Revo is the largest. Interesting. Tongfeng versus Clevo, the laptop ODM heavyweight match. Yeah, but I would say that I've owned Clevo before. I've owned a big $4,000 Clevo before, and it was a fine machine. I would just say Tongfeng at least has made bigger headways in terms of overall. Whoa. Wow. Black Myth Wukong is difficult to run. Okay. So I would say Tongfeng just has made more headways in terms of making a competitive design. A lot of the Clevo chassis are still very outdated looking and not very up to date, I don't think. So same for the feature specs that they offer. It seems like it's kind of lackluster feature specs. Okay, so let's just go here. We had a nice stutter on the HX3D. And a nice stutter on the Intel 275HX. All right, so let's see here. What's the button to target again? Smash, pillar, dodge. What else does this? Right. Middle mouse button. Okay. All right. So, we're in the same doorway, same stuff's going on basically. For some reason, the guy on the Intel is walking back and forth. But yeah, 120 FPS. It also does appear that our 1% lows right now are bugged on both systems. Frame view is giving us basically double the FPS for our 1% lows, but the averages are accurate. So, interesting. Okay, Leon, let me try to help you here in the next moment. I've got to try to do a side-by-side benchmark. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. We've reset our averages, and we are going. Whew. Had some pretty big frame time stutters there. Just going to see how long we can survive. On both systems, trying to dodge around. Wow, 1% lows have been very inconsistent on both. We may need to use our frame view to do a benchmark on this one to get accurate 1% lows. I think we will do that. Let's see, does that work? I need to adjust frame view's default button to F10. Okay. Cool. We're going to restart, and we're going to use frame view to get our benchmark results so they're more accurate. And we're going to lock in. Voila. Okay. And stop that. Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right. So we're going to start our benchmark now. 3, 2, 1. And we're going to do our frame view benchmark now. And here we go. I'm going to try to give us parity of movement as much as possible. It's going to be hard because the timings are just a little bit different, and sometimes you'll die or not die a little faster on one than the other. So I'll try to make us stop before either of them die. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop it now. Okay, so we got 94, 56, 96, 54. Oh, wow. So almost identical performance. 94, 56, 96, 54. Okay. Nice. All right. Let's set our settings to low now. Graphics, we're going to go to low. Ray tracing off. DLSS we'll set to 4x. And we'll have to restart the game. Graphics, 4x. Low. Did I do? No, I did frame gen at 2x. Okay. I kind of want to do 4x, but let's just keep it to 2x so that we can compare our results with the 5070 Ti better. Wow. The 5090 had way more FPS than the 5070 Ti. All right. Okay, reloading into Black Myth. So looking at some results here, the 5070 Ti only had 64 FPS, 94 FPS on the X3D. The Intel laptop did win the average FPS in that game, which, I mean, it makes sense. It's a GPU-bound game where the X3D is not really going to do anything for us. Basically, no benefit, to the best of my knowledge. You know, it's basically, if it's very minimally CPU intensive, then I wouldn't say it's very minimally, but it's minimally enough, then the performance difference for the X3D is not going to give us much. Holy smokes! Look at our low performance, 470 right now on the X3D. Let's verify all our settings got accepted. Right, I think we need to turn off 4x, okay. Yeah, okay, now we'll go back to 2x. Low 2x DLSS on quality. Okay, now that's more realistic. All right. DLSS, low, good. And we're both in the same ballpark of performance again. Indeed we are. And we're going to do our benchmark here on low now. We'll start over, 3, 2, 1. And here's our frame view, which is what we're going to use for our results. Haha, haha. You can't hit me. Oh my. So strong. Performance is so similar, even on low. Black Myth Wukong is showing that even on low settings, it's not always going to be very beneficial for you. All right, so our FPS, 283, 185, 284, 186. 283, 185, 284, 186. Okay, so the Intel actually won both of those just by a little bit, less than 1% difference between the two. All right, Expedition 33 is next. If you wanted Warzone benchmarks, I've already demonstrated them for you more than once now during the live stream. So just go back a little bit. How can you play both of them at the same time? Using two hands, both on WASDs. Yep, I'm just not, I have the camera locked to the bad guy, so. Alexandra says, hello, I hope you are well. I live in Brazil and here I only have access to the Alienware 18 5090 Ultra 9. I can't find any reviews on YouTube. Have you tested it? Is it a good set? Continuing the previous question, my concern is about the Dell warranty here is limited to 90 days. Really? That sucks. Is there any chronic problem with these Alien Area 51 18 inches? So Alexandri, there's no way for me to know if there's chronic issues with it at this point because hardly any users actually have it. And chronic issues typically only turn up at a later time, right? Like it's not very often that you run into the chronic issues early. So, all right, graphically, I want to answer your question here before we go on, but I'm just going to set everything up. Epic DLSS on quality. Apply, okay. So Alienware Area 51 M18 looks like a fantastic laptop. The only downside, you don't get the X3D as an option for the CPU, so you're not going to get as good of esports gaming performance, but it's still going to be quite good. The Alienware is also priced very competitively overall, in my opinion. So, yeah. Now, as far as the Dell warranty goes, I would see if there's any way you could get an additional warranty through a quality third party. That would probably be my first go-to suggestion. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. It's tough if you don't have good warranty service. I know that at least you get some. Some international people don't get any warranty in their country, you know? So here we are. We are doing a side-by-side test, moving the character at the same time through the world. But we are going to be doing another test here coming up. Wow, the X3D chip's ahead this time. It's funny, the X3D chip lost to the 9955HX in this game specifically. So, in the side-by-side head-to-head I did just a few days ago. All right, so here we are. So we're gonna have to stop, turn the camera, and resume our run. It's the only way for us to do this test. But you can see during preliminaries, we got 8366, 8058. And that's a pretty good test, what we just did. But this area is more crowd dense, so we're gonna go here to do our official one. Looking at our temps, a little better on Intel, a little lower wattage on the Intel as well. Let's go ahead and start our test, and we'll start going around the circle. We'll have to reposition our camera more than once here. All right, so we're just gonna reposition, reposition, there we go. Nice. We'll reposition again. Reposition again. There we go. Looks like the X3D is winning this test. 80 to 77, but it's not much. Very similar test overall. There's our results, 8178. 81 versus 78 and 64, 59. That puts the X3D at 4% faster for average and 8% faster for 1% lows. Now we're going to try the same thing on low settings. All right, so DLSS is still on quality. You can get more FPS if you also dropped DLSS down. But right there, you can get a rough idea of our new average that we're gonna get. Okay, the X3D got a little bit faster, even 164, 151, at least for this initial one. Let's go ahead and go through the test again. 3, 2, 1, and off we go. Once we get over here, we're going to reposition the camera again. I picked this area of the benchmark because it had the lowest FPS in any area of the game that I saw so far in my 2 hours of playthrough. Just because there's so many NPCs. Really complex environment for animation. All right, so we're restarted back at the beginning again. Let's go and end it there. 156 versus 148. And 103, 107. Ooh, we got better 1% low on the Intel that time. Very interesting result. All right. We're moving on to control. So those are our results so far. Very close overall, though. Baldur's Gate 3 had a pretty sizable advantage to the X3D. Expedition 33 had a little bit of advantage to the X3D, but not in 1% lows. Surprisingly enough, the Intel did really good. Let's try control out now. Can you add the power draw for the Intel 275HX? Nixon, it is there. It's at the bottom, though. MSI Afterburner does not. So it's right here. Power draw is right here. Sorry. Power draw is right here. A couple of the tests, I might have forgotten to add it, but it should be there pretty much for all of them, as far as I know. All right, so DLSS. This is the quality setting. And we want Ultra Graphics preset, DLSS on quality, full screen. Good, so we'll hit continue. Options, DLSS, Ultra Graphics quality. Good, so we'll hit continue. All right. So, I mean, in theory, we should be getting very similar results here. 100 versus 90. 100, 100, and 90, 87. So very, very similar results. To start with here, let's go ahead and start moving a little bit. Both of them having some stutters as we move around the game world. Control is definitely one of the games where we need proper optimization to be done, because it seems to be stuttering in a lot of the games I've tested, or on the laptops I've tested. Let's go ahead and try running through the world. This is where we start. Restart the benchmark now, and off we go. So we're just going to run through the hallways here. Now we reposition, look right here. Reposition, look right here. Try to reposition at the same time. It's hard to reposition it perfectly. There we go. Okay, performance is basically identical between these two, but slight advantage to the X3D. 95, 94, 95, 94, and 75, 73. So slight 1% low advantage to the Intel. Nice. Shows you once again that if you're just after ultra settings AAA gaming, that the Intel is going to be fantastic for you. Be so similar in performance that you won't be able to tell a difference sometimes. Wesley says, it seems that Intel has done a really good job with this chip for competing with AMD. It goes in gaming. Well, this is where we're going to see more performance difference, I think. We'll see. All right, full screen, advanced video. We're going to go to very low. We're going to go to low, sorry. And now we go to play, workshop, benchmark. We're going to go here, we're going to go settings, full screen. We go to low. There we go. We're going to play, workshops, benchmark, and away we go. So, one of my viewers did say that there is a way. Oh no. Oh boy. It was really bugged out there for a moment. I want this to run at the same time. So I'm just gonna go to main menu. Go to main menu. All right. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Hopefully this works. Okay, so 500, 600, 700 something FPS over here on the left. Harder for you to see it. I could zoom in on our frame view graph here to give you a better idea of performance. That's as zoomed in as I can get. But you can definitely see that X3D is handling both averages and 1% lows much better. So looking at 1% low, 258 versus 169. Average FPS 705 versus 506. So yeah, it's such a huge difference in performance that I think a lot of people could recognize the difference. But probably only on a really high refresh rate monitor. Mainly, the main area where you would notice the difference is in the 1% lows, not so much in the average FPS, because 500 FPS versus 700 FPS, that is going to be really hard to tell a difference. But between 151% lows versus, say, 251% low, I think you could probably notice less stutter, probably, in key moments when you're playing the game. Like when grenades are going off and smokes are going off and stuff like that, where a lot of interaction is going on and a lot of quick processing is happening. It's just going to be a little bit better on the X3D. Okay, so this is almost done now. And then I'll try to put the results here in the same view, if possible. All right, so we got 706, 238 for our 1% low. Average FPS 521, 183.5. So, I mean, it's very good performance on both. Do not get me wrong. But it is certainly better on the X3D. Another game where we have a huge, huge lead. 236.2, 521.9, 183.5. I will include decimal points in these benchmarks when I can, at least usually. All right, so there's our results so far. The X3D 35.4% faster in Counter-Strike 2. This is specifically where the X3D shines in 3D games like this. Let us hope that Counter-Strike 2077 runs smoothly, because that's next. So I think we need to be about here. About here. All right. Play. Now for this benchmark, we're going to be doing ultra with 2x frame gen, and then low with 2x frame gen. So, and that's with ultra. Ultra ray tracing as well in the mix on that. Okay. So we got to get this camera repositioned again. All right, full screen. Just got to verify the settings are exactly the same on both. Full screen, graphical settings, ray tracing on ultra, ray tracing ultra, and we are doing the neural network with DLSS on quality. Even though you would think we would want to do transformer network, it's just because I can compare this data versus older benchmark data if we do the neural network. But normally I would recommend for people to do, need ray tracing on this one. Okay, good. Good. All right. Yeah, so this is basically everything minus path tracing in the game being turned on. So let's look at our menu FPS, 433 versus 294. Wow. Gains even in the menu. Okay. All right, let's see here. Scooch this over just a little bit. There we go. Okay. For some reason, frame view has bugged out, but we definitely would be getting higher FPS. Higher 1% lows. Basically, we're doubling the FPS right now. We need to double this. So we're doing about 110 for our 1% lows on both systems right now. It's interesting, the power pole is very, very similar to both. Temps on the Intel have been noticeably better, I think, across the vast majority of games so far. You know, we're going to have to redo this because frame view, for some reason, is turned off. Because I need to benchmark with frame view, but Cyberpunk doesn't let you cancel it once you start the benchmark, so might as well just let it continue all the way through. So 135.55 versus 131.8. Some nice gains. So frame view is on, but it didn't spawn. It didn't populate into either Cyberpunk. It was still on here. It was on both systems, but it is not. Actually, it's still not coming up. Oh, it popped up for a moment. You know, I think it may want us to go to Windows borderless to show it. Maybe? I don't know, still not popping up on this one. Weird. Okay, well, we can't do anything about frame view crashing on us, except maybe a restart? What to do? Okay, so, because we can't really calculate 1% lows well at all there without frame view, so let's go for a system restart. Or maybe just would a game restart be enough? I don't know if it would be enough or not. Let's try a game restart. Okay. Those X3D chips are getting freaky. Oh boy. I hope they get extra freaky and make a lot more baby X3D chips, please. Because we need a lot more of them. we need a whole lot more of them, please. Okay, well, FrameView is working right now. I have no clue why it was not working. And it's working now again. What the heck? Just had to restart the game, I guess. Well, we restarted it in windowed borderless. So sometimes overlays don't want to work in full screen. They only want to work in like a borderless type environment. All right, there we go. Well, it's full screen on this one. And it's working. I prefer to benchmark in full screen, if possible, to help prevent any kind of interference. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat. When it comes to performance and thermals, which does it better? The Legion Pro 7i? Or what? Okay, so I have started the benchmark for the test. We're using frame view. Sal, Sandeep, they are both on max fan right now. They're both on air coolers, both with max fan, so they have identical fan RPMs. I did go over this at the beginning. Or Strix G18. Okay. So I would say thermals are done better on the Legion Pro 7i. And I would say performance optimization just a little bit better as well. All right, we're going to stop the benchmark once we look up the palm trees. Kaboom, kaboom. And we got 145, 111. Ooh, some performance differences here. 145, 111 on the X3D, and 141, 78. Ooh, that's some juicy performance improvement. 1% low, 42% better. Wow. Okay, so let's change our settings to low now. So we're going to go to low settings. Low settings. And DLSS on quality. Low settings. DLSS on quality. All right. There we go. So that means no ray tracing in the mechs here. No ray tracing, textures are on low. There's pretty much no reason to run it like this. You at least want to have textures on high, probably, but okay. Either way, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Actually, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So the main reason I think that the Legion Pro 7i is better thermally equipped is because it can handle a little bit higher wattage in both games and when you're doing multi-threaded work, like the Strix G18 and Scar 18, they cap out at around 145 wattage, where the Legion can keep going at 165 watts nonstop. So it's got about a 20 watt advantage for the CPU. I think those are that's the main thing I would say in terms of the thermal difference. In terms of GPU performance and like the overall average temperature you'll get in an identical workload, it's going to be pretty close, but probably the Legion Pro 7i a little bit ahead in an identical scenario. But you could check on my channel because I've shown, I think, identical benchmarks between the Strix G18 and the Legion Pro 7i in some side-by-side head-to-head stuff. So you just have to line them up yourself or put them on side-by-side monitor or something. Okay, so there's our results. 325, 225, 318, 207. So 325, 325, 225, and 318, 207. All right, so that puts the X3D uh, 325. There you go. 2% faster for average and 8% faster for 1% lows on low settings. That's interesting. The X3D actually gave us a bigger gap when we're on ultra settings. So Dead Space is next. Could you show the BIOS, what the BIOS looks like, which should be unique to XMG? That's a great question. Let's close this. We'll go offline on this side. We'll go online on this side. So I haven't shown the BIOS yet, but I could. I think it might have to be for optimization, probably an optimization live stream. You know, we may even do like a huge test like this. Really annoying when Steam does this. It was supposed to send me offline and it did not. And Dead Space sometimes takes a really long time. I know it can't be completed. Windows. Okay. All right. I was afraid for a second there that it was going to be a nonstop error loop, but looks like we're all right. Okay, so this will be offline now. And I have to kind of finesse which laptop I have online versus offline sometimes. Okay. Sal Deep. Both on air? No, these are both water-cooled. Sal, Sandeep, these are both water-cooled on maximum air fans. It's both. It might be a little confusing, right? And I can see how it would be confusing, don't get me wrong, because most people think it's either on water or air, but with the XMG Neo, the fans can be running, the heat fins on the fans can be cooling the laptop, and the water cooling loop can be going through the heat plate as well, all simultaneously at the same time. So I opened Dead Space, or told it to open, but it has not actually opened yet. We'll try reopening again. All right, I believe in you. Oh, I see why. God of War is trying to re-optimize again. All right, let me check the settings in here. Video options. 2560 by 1600, that's correct. DLSS should be set to quality and ultra. All right, we're building shaders for Dead Space. Okay. Memer the Gamer says, bro, help me. Asus G16, i7, 4050, 4060. I'm getting 4050 as 4060 is exceeding my budget. So Memer the Gamer, I would encourage you to check my laptop list, which is linked in the description down below, and check the top deals here. They're not updated every day right now. I'm only updating them twice a day or twice a week, but they should be some good deals if you're on a budget at least. You should at least check those. But I don't know what your budget is. But I would recommend a 4060 over a 4050 if possible, just because of the 8 gigs of VRAM versus 6 gigs of VRAM on the 4050. So that may not make as big a difference now, but in the future, I'm pretty sure it'll be quite a bit more future-proof. All right, I have to fix the resolution here. All right, and voila, we are in Dead Space. We are waiting for a moment, since this is an identical situation where every pixel is exactly the same. We're gonna let it sit here for a moment and percolate a little. 1% low right now is actually looking a little bit better on Intel. Little tiny blippies on the X3D chip. So for now, let's go back. And we're going to try to go out the door here. And then we're going to follow our buddies down the hallway. Reposition the hallway to be in the center. And voila. So one thing you'll notice right now is the amount of CPU wattage is insane in this game. 110 right now on the Intel, 95 on the X3D. I saw 116 for Intel a second ago. GPU wattage though is really good on both. Temperatures are super spicy on the X3D. And that may be what's causing our little micro stutters, I don't know. It's obviously not really affecting our actual performance much, but reposition this to center. Reposition this to center. All right. So this is our actual benchmark hallway here. Let's go ahead and restart. Shabam. And we're walking. So frame time graph actually looking better in Dead Space. A little more smooth, though the average FPS is a little bit better on the X3D, so slight advantage there. Pretty interesting evaluating this 1% low data. You know, I think I may try to use frame view for this as well. So let's just back this up and restart the benchmark. Because I want that 1% low data to be as accurate as possible, you know? All right. Rocky's hanging out behind. Cool. Very nice. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna do our frame view benchmark as well. So 3, 2, 1, boom, and walking. I want to see if frame view is reporting the same thing as the frame time graph on MSI Afterburner. It's probably the main thing I want to see by testing with frame view. And since frame view is made by Nvidia, I would probably prioritize frame view as being a bit more accurate than MSI Afterburner. So if there is discrepancies, I would rather prioritize frame view data probably, unless it appears to be buggy for some reason. As far as I can tell, we're looking very good on both. All right, past the suitcase, do. And our results, 168, 113, 163, 109. So frame view not showing the 1% little blippies. Interesting. Interesting indeed. And as I said, I would like to prioritize frame view data. Okay, I didn't get to write it down fast enough. So we'll have to go to the live stream replay. So 168, 113, 168, 113, and 163, 109. So very, very close performance, but the X3D being just slightly ahead. Time to move on to Doom Eternal. And we also have a kitty cat that's back. Hey, buddy. Are you super playful right now? Are you a super playful boy? Yes. Memer the Gamer, thank you, brother. You're the best laptop guide on YouTube. Help me reality. Help me really. Oh, thanks, man. I hope I can be as helpful as possible. Like, that's basically entirely what I'm making my career out of, is basically helping people, you know? So I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're kind of getting into my armpit a little bit there. What do you think? Come right here? Yeah, that better? Yeah, that's better, huh? All right, so we're gonna need to, I'll give you some kitty cam action while we get our settings all lined up. All right, I'll give you kitty cam and you can watch me set the settings up. How about that? Double whammy. All right, we gotta change our aspect ratio. Apply. VSync off. Field of view. We basically leave everything at default. DLSS on quality, ray tracing on. Render mode, I think we just leave it to default. What's here? We were doing Ultra Nightmare default. Apply. There we go. So DLSS on quality, ray tracing on, and we're going to go into Horde mode. Do a new game. Yes. Okay. Now we'll do the next one. Exactly the same. Video. Got to up it to 16 by 10. VSync off. Ray tracing on, DLSS on quality. We'll apply these changes. And then we'll go to Ultra Nightmare, apply that change. Everything is looking good. Horde mode, new game, I'm too young to die. Yes. All right, let's get the camera reset up. One little kitty cam action. Okay, now we go back, shaboom. All right. How are we looking? How are we looking? X3D looks to be a little bit in the lead here. Out the gate, not by much. Average FPS, very tight. 1% lows though, going to the X3D. Let's use frame view to get our official data here. I think it's going to be a little bit more reliable, but we'll wait until we actually get to this part here. All right, and here we go. As soon as we open this up, the bad guys will start to spawn here soon. So we're going to start our benchmark now. And frame view data is going as well. And the bad guys will start coming in. Voila. Okay, so looking at our initial data, $283, $289, 1% low, both at 228. So essentially identical benchmark performance. Trying to get them to be in the same spot. I know there's an edge back here. I'm hoping they can knock me off the edge here, as it restarts me both in the same spot over and over. Nice. Haha. Okay, all right. F10. All right, so 288, 231, 275, 222. Let's put that in. 288, 2, please. 288, 231, 275, 222. Okay. Nice. All right, so that's our Doom Eternal. And notice frame view and MSI Afterburner lined up very tightly that time. Doom Dark Ages. So Devour says, it's strange that the Intel processor consumes more, but heats up less. The main reason for that, I think, is the die size. If you compare the size of the die on the Intel chip, it's like this one big rectangle where there's a lot of surface contact and a lot of heat can be dissipated. But on the HX3D, there are 3 different smaller contacts, basically, or like, I guess 2 if you could put the 2 chiplets together. And so there's not as much surface area to dissipate the heat. So with less wattage, the heat is more concentrated, I think. I don't know. That's my theory about why it does that, or why it's like that. Vina says, hello, can you test the Lenovo Legion 9i? You said i9, but I'm pretty sure you meant 9i. Yes, Lenovo has confirmed to me that they want to send it to me. Hopefully, I think in July, maybe. I don't know. Right now, I have their Legion Pro 7i behind me right here, which I've already tested. But I might do 1 or 2 more side-by-side tests with it. So I'm holding on to it for now, but I need to send that back to them at some point here. Okay, so we're doing full screen QHD, 300 hertz refresh rate, VSync off, low settings. Let's see here. I think we test this on low with 4x multi-frame gen. is what we tested. Okay, so that's what it's set to still. DLSS 4X low preset. All right. So we're going to be doing our low setting first. And then we'll do the high. We'll do the ultra settings. And I think I did no frame gen on that too. So, okay. Looks like our 1% low right now is bugged. So we're going to be using frame view for that. So we're going to start our benchmark now. Boom, boom, and off we go. Our goal is to walk through all of these bad guys without dying, hopefully. Oh my. Oh, hard to get through them all. Give some more health upgrades. Dodge some more bad guys. I'll get kind of caught up there. Space bar, please let me through. Oh. All right, 0 F10, 0 F10. Okay, so 320, 275, 317, 270. Oh, that's so close. 320, 320, 275, 317, 270. Very close results between these two. Now we're going to go to ultra settings with no frame generation in this test. Ultra Nightmare, apply, yes. DLSS on quality though. All right. All right, so let's make sure that all our settings are the same. Looks to be good. Okay. There we go. So we're going to start our benchmark. Start our benchmark in 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, and off we go. Oh my. Yeah, this is kind of difficult. Getting through both of these hordes of creatures. On both systems. Okay. 122, 100 and versus 119, 97. Okay. Wow. Very, very close. Very, very close results. Dragon's Dogma 2 is next. We're going to have to go online. We have to go offline. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. What do you think about the Scar 18 or Legion 9i? So I think they're both going to be really good systems, and most people will be very happy with both. But I think the Legion 9i is worth considering if you want to play with a 3D display. That's probably the biggest thing, is the 3D display. You know, the Legion 9i, I think 3D display technology is really cool as long as it's something you actually want to use. It's going to be super worth it, but it will vary from person to person whether you actually can use it, want to use it. You know, some game types are just not going to be very playable with it. Like first-person shooters, probably not going to be that great with a 3D display, but a game like Black Myth Wukong, where you jump around and it looks 3D, like everything looks 3D, it's going to look really cool. Elden Ring, it's going to look so cool. But Call of Duty, Warzone, stuff like that, it might be hard to actually utilize the 3D effect properly. I don't know, though. Let's see here. Then I think the other thing with the Legion 9i versus the Scar 18, Scar 18 I think has a better design. It's going to have, I think, a brighter display with the mini LED. The 3D 600, the 360 degree light bar on the Scar 18 looks better. The keyboard will be better on the Legion 9i, almost for sure. But it's going to be pretty close. They're both going to be good. The Legion 9i is going to have 4 slots of memory if you need lots and lots of memory, like 200 gigs of it. What else? Yeah, I mean, in terms of general performance, though, should be very similar between the Scar 18 and Legion 9i. Might be a little faster on the 9i if Lenovo, just because Lenovo tends to tune their stuff a little bit more aggressively. But the Scar 18 should be very similar in terms of performance and pricing, but just without the 3D display. You also get the anime matrix on the back of the Scar 18, which looks really cool. I am currently using the Scar 18. I would love to have the Legion 9i to test, though. Lenovo, send it to me. Please, as soon as possible, please. Because I want to verify the 3D display and that it works really well and everything, you know? So right now we're compiling shaders in Dragon's Dogma on the left. Doctor, can we see list, please? You can. Please, go check out the list. Linked in the description down below. I'm not sure what you want to even see, Doctor, on the list, so, but it's in the description down below if you want to check it out. Alexander says, the best channel, congratulations. Thanks for answering my questions. Hugs. Yeah, no problem. Happy to do it. Okay. So we can start checking our quality of settings here. Looks like something's off with the clicking ability here. Whatever, okay. DLSS is on quality, frame generation is enabled, ray tracing is on, and it looks like we have all the settings turned up to max. So everything seems to be carried over from the last change. I actually did not change anything. I'm going to load last save. Okay. X3D also, the interface appears to be bugged a little bit, but let's just double check. Ray tracing is on, DLSS is on quality, frame generation is enabled, and everything is set to high. Cool. Let's load from last save. All right. Hopefully it loads up exactly the same. It did. Look at that. Wow. All right. Average FPS is already shaping out to be in favor of the X3D, as well as the 1% lows appears to be a little bit better. I'm thinking we'll probably use frame view whenever possible to do these tests, just because I think it's going to be a little more accurate when countering 1% lows. So, but we'll still have the afterburner overlay there for people to follow and watch as well. All right, so we're going to start our test outside here on the road. Now someone is going to run up to us and talk to us and be like, I want to join your party. Can we get that part over with and then do our test? Last time I benchmarked this, it was like 3 different people had to come up and talk to me. All right, we're going to stand to the right of the wagon, and we'll see if we can make it through the whole benchmark without getting interrupted, but seems unlikely. Hey, there's the first interruption. So we got interrupted on the X3D chip, but we have not been interrupted yet on the Intel chip. So this game, the way it works is you run around and you can collect different companions that just randomly come up and talk to you. And then they can, like, I guarantee you, someone's going to come up and talk to us on Intel in the middle of the test. So let's just go pseudo run the test. This was not the real test run. Let's just let this happen to us, please. Really? No one wants to join my party? Okay. All right. All right, so just taking a look at some specs or some things going on here. All right, we're gonna go stand here. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna go stand here. And we're gonna go like this. All right. I'm trying to make this as identical as I can. Okay. Well, we might have to restart and do this again if someone comes up and tries to be recruited. There's also a giant wagon in the way on the X3D, so we'll wait for the wagon to go by. Gravitian says, wow, really, it outperforms the water-cooled XMG. What was the maximum crossload they're able to achieve? So this is both XMG Neo 16, and they're both water-cooled, and they're both air-cooled. They're both same situation. Okay, so we're just going to walk past this wagon to start our test then, because it's not getting out of the way. All right, 3, 2, 1, boop, boop, and off we go. %1 low, actually being better on Intel so far. Very surprising. At least with the MSI Afterburner. We'll see what it is in... We'll see what it is here in a moment. Ooh, some stutters happening on both. Interesting. All right, so it stopped us on both there. Let's go ahead and just stop it there. Okay. So 164.60, 145.61. So very similar performance. 164 and 60. Better 1% low on Intel this time by 1%, just 1 FPS though. 13% better FPS on the X3D. I would say that's a more important variable. So we have a lot of different people coming up and talking to us randomly when we do not want them to. I think that's probably the most annoying mechanic, probably, in this game, is just that you get your gameplay flow interrupted when you're trying to do something else. And that's whether you want it to be interrupted or not, you know? So, all right, so let's try one more just as we go out the gate one more time, just to verify our results. Looks to be pretty similar. Right now, 1% low appears to be a little better on the Intel, which is very surprising. And average FPS, significant advantage for the X3D. All right, so we'll end it here. Shaboop, shaboop. And we'll just verify 161, 77, 145, 81. Exactly the same type of result, 2 times in a row. Pretty interesting. With a higher average on the X3D and better 1% low on Intel. Definitely not something that I was expecting. Dying Light 2 is next. So you can see our current averages over here are usually very, very close, or the X3D is just way ahead. It's one of the two. Intel has not been ahead except by just tiny, tiny margins. There's been no game so far where Intel's had a significant lead or advantage, but many of the games have been really close. So okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games left. Getting closer. Oh my. Kitty Cam. He is stretching out and cuddling. Oh, so cute, buddy. Way to be cute. Such a cute little cuddle butt. Hey. Grey Cat says, Gizmo, have you seen the repasted Liquid Metal Legion 7 performance in the Lenovo Discord? Outperforms the Neo 16 with water cooler. Interesting. I have not seen that. You could post it to the Gaming Laptop subreddit, and I'd probably find it there. Or I'm not sure where the best place to share it to me would be, but you can email it to me, I suppose, if you want me to see something specifically. All right, so high quality ray tracing is already set, I think, on both. I think I already set this up on both. Frame generation on, high quality ray tracing. Full screen now. You don't need a restart for that. Okay, good. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and reset up our frames here. All right, so very good. We'll go to start the bench, and 3, 2, 1. Just trying to make sure this is set up exactly right. Good. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Very, very tight opener here. 1% low is going to constantly be reset every time they change the scene, which is pretty annoying. You know, we might need to change how we benchmark Dying Light 2. Maybe we just need to run through a zone where there's zombies or something, because we can't record 1% low data, you know? With the way this benchmark is. So this could be good for our average potentially, but I think we need to redo this. Otherwise, Dying Light 2 data is not very interesting with the X3D chips. Overall, it's so freaking close, which makes sense. We're on high quality settings, ray tracing, so I'm expecting basically identical performance here. So this says, I understand that XMG communicates with Tongfang in Taiwan, but what if their BIOS are the same for different vendors in the chassis? Then what kind of exclusivity setting does XMG have from the factory? I mean, not much. Mainly it's just, honestly, the main thing with XMG is the quality of the service, I guess, and the fact that they're going to honor repairs and stuff like that, probably better than average compared to most laptop vendors. But I'm pretty confident the BIOS is going to be different, I think. But maybe it's not, I don't know. Just because I don't know what MechRevo BIOS is, you know? Okay. That said, you could probably, if you can get access to it, take the XMG BIOS and put it on another system. Anyway, average FPS 1, I guess median FPS technically, is 184.6, 183.8. So only 1 FPS difference. 184.6, 183.8. I think let's try a new benchmark for Dying Light 2. I'm not sure what to put it yet. Tower raid? I don't think so. I think we'll want to go Pilgrim's Path maybe? Let's try it. I want something where we can see relevant 1% low data, you know, if we're going to be benchmarking a game, hopefully. So I would recommend Dying Light Studio, the studio behind this, to fix or improve. I don't know. I think I want to try. I want to try the other save, see where the other save is at. I did really like the storytelling in the campaign in this game. Get the camera set up correctly again. Okay. I think Rocky must have moved it. I think this is an area where there's a lot of zombies inside of a building, maybe? Is that where we're at right now? Uh-oh. I think the X3D laptop crashed again. Yes. Yeah, not the laptop, but Dying Light 2 crashed. Our second crash for the X3D today. Okay. What else does the manufacturer do for XMG unlike electronics? Are brands like Dream Machines simply using the off-the-shelf XMG and Tongfang products? I don't know what Dream Machines and MechRevo do to their machines. I just know what electronics and XMG do. Don Adwick says, is there a waterfall in the back? The two Neos are working on the Oasis. The white noise is quite palpable. Yes, Don, we have both of them right now on water cooler. So, and they're both on max fan. And I have my room fan, my air conditioner also running on overload to keep the laptops cool. We'll have it set to 23 degrees, I believe is what it's set to, I think. Should be set to that at least. Am I going to do the Shenaker Key 18 Pro? I don't think so, Giants Under the Sea. I wouldn't mind doing it necessarily, but it's one of, if they sent it, it'd be a lower priority review, for me at least. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't like that game save for some reason. Maybe it's because we are on the wrong version of the game. But I think it's related to the game save. Game save may not like it, because it just crashed twice. We're able to get into Pilgrim's Path though, I think, right? So let's try that one. I just mainly want an area where I can run around, get some movement. Interesting. So it said the same thing on this one. It's like the version of the save will be converted to the current version of the game, and it won't be usable in older versions of the game anymore. So I'm thinking that's what's causing our problems. Okay, well, it worked there. So, all right, let's just take a look over here. Line us up in the exact same area of the game and give us just a quick side-by-side with a lot of stuff going on. All right. Interesting. Trying to make this exactly the same as possible. All right, we'll focus right there on the steel beam, and we'll move a little more to the left. Right, like that. Cool. Now we'll boom, 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 boom. And we'll hold it for like 15, 20 seconds. Just looking at some performance numbers. The Intel version is holding more wattage on the GPU. The average FPS is almost exactly the same, with 1% lows being just a little better on the X3D. All right, let's check out the results. 162, 123, 160, 131. Interesting. The 275HX takes the lead for 1% lows. So 162, 123, 160, 131. So that's the biggest. It's not a very good test. but it's the test we got for now, for Dying Light 2. Very, very similar performance. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Can you try Star Citizen? Oh, that would be a good one to try. The main issue with Star Citizen is it is such a complex game to download and install. So maybe I could do it though. So the reason why I can do these tests now, and I have not done 40 game tests before, or like this mini before, is because I just bought two 4 terabyte external SSDs that I'm using to move from laptop to run the games on. So that's the thing, like these games are so big, it takes up like 3 terabytes of space, or 3.2 terabytes of space right now, installing all of them. So I'm almost max capping 4 terabytes of SSD in games right now. So that's the main reason why I am, how you say, that's the main reason why I'm able to do these now, because I didn't have that much SSD space before, and to be able to test, 30 something games, and some of the games at multiple settings, I need to have more than 1 or 2 terabytes, which is usually what's included in gaming laptops these days. So I can usually only install 10, maybe 12, 15 games to do side-by-side tests. But now that I have the 2 external 4 terabytes, I can do these big, long comparison tests a lot better. So I'm excited about that. And that's a big part of, I think, that's part of the evolution of my channel, trying to constantly make the channel better and better. We're waiting for the X3D to load shaders. But yeah, I would love to test Star Citizen, especially if I can install it on those external SSDs and move it from laptop to laptop. That would be a very interesting game to test because it is very CPU sensitive, and there's some crazy things they're doing in the game engine, flying from out of space directly down into the game world, stuff like that. And it'd be interesting to do some performance analysis of that game now that it's been evolving for so many years. I am a big Star Citizen fan, and I do own 2 spaceships in Star Citizen. I had a Merchantman, but they took forever to develop it. So I think I traded it in, I think for an Aquila, Constellation Aquila, and a Stealth Hornet, I think. Those are the 2, I think, or maybe, I think I got a third or 4th ship. I think I got one of those really nimble, fast ships too. I can't remember how many ships I have. I have 2 or 3 or something like that. Yeah, I spent like $600 on that game. It's crazy. 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 9955HX3D, not good CPU because hot. No, it's fine. It's fine. All the CPUs are going to get hot when you're loading stuff and under heavy load. You want it to load as fast as possible, it's going to get hot. It's within safe temperature ranges. Working says, as far as I know, you can only download Star Citizens on C drive. You can't download it on any other drive, internally or externally. Why? So in that situation, it might be like if I actually wanted to benchmark Star Citizen regularly, then I might have to copy it from an external to the local SSD and then install. I don't know. I also just may not install and test it because it's too complicated, because I do value my time as well. But maybe in this scenario where we're doing a new generation of processors, it's good to test it at least once, do maybe a performance analysis with like a 5070 Ti, a 5080, and a 5090 laptop side by side or something, So we've got Elder Scrolls Oblivion as our next test. We will be doing Ultra graphics preset, ray tracing on Ultra, DLSS on Quality, frame generation enabled. Okay, so we do not have any game loads on this laptop for some reason. We might, it did this before once. This is the laptop that's online as well. So, I mean, it makes no sense. Let's try again. Yeah, this is the main reason why I really prefer to do full pre-testing of every title before going live. Okay. Guess what, guys? We're going to start a new game together. Because this is broken right now. And I'm going to test this game. We just won't be able to have it be a reputable or a comparable game test. We'll use the defaults. Tester. Tester 1, tester 2, continue, yes, continue, yes, okay. Huh? Are we literally in a different cell? Or is the FOV different? Yeah, the FOV is set to a different amount. Why would the FOV be set incorrectly? Set to 100. On one and 85 on the other. It should probably have always been on 75. Because that's the default. But I've probably been testing all the laptops at 100, so I'm just going to set them to 100, 100. So it's the same. Should be a little harder to run. So I think we have to walk up here first. So this bug happened to me on another live stream. Right now, the X3D chip is 7 FPS ahead. Our 1% low is also being bugged right now. It's at half of what it should be. So it should be closer to 150. And you can see we're doing 170, 140 up here for 1% low. There is our jailer coming to let us out. So I think we'll benchmark one of the areas inside the catacombs for now. But we can let this kind of play out. Average FPS, still better in the X3D. Pretty noticeably better. So right here, I'm going to pause on both, and I'm going to save, new save. Save, new save. Okay, so boom, boom, and here we go. So we have a bit of a battle here, fighting the bad guys. Okay, then we're going to go down. Okay, everything's good. Finished a little bit faster on the Intel chip, but it's fine. And we'll just stop it right here. All right. I don't think the benchmark is perfect, but I think it's as good as we're going to get. 154, 123, 151, 93. So X3D did take a pretty nice lead there. 154, 123, 151, 93. Okay, wow. So 32% advantage to 1% lows for the X3D. God of War is next. Let's get this thing done downloading. Let's take a look at the results so far that we've put together. All right. And also I'll take a look at chat. Okay. Is this laptop available in the US? Salmon Suke. So yes, technically you could ship it from Germany to you. They don't currently have a repair station or anything like that inside of the United States. The other issue is the keyboard does not have an international US keyboard, but there is an English keyboard that's slightly different than the US. So it's pretty close. But you have to adjust your typing a little bit if you order this. And then you obviously don't have, you have to ship it all the way internationally if you need to get repairs. That's the other thing, unless you use a local repair shop. So Warking says, I tried to download Star Citizen on an external NVMe drive and I've had issues with it. So you could buy this from electronics inside the United States. So I have been talking to electronics and I think they're a good product line. It just sucks from my perspective right now because they don't have an affiliate program. So they don't provide any money to content creators. So it's painful for me financially mentioning electronics, but I will mention them anyway. You can buy from electronics if you want to. But XMG does have an affiliate program, so it does help support me as a content creator if you buy from them using the link. But I believe in transparency and honesty, so there it is. And I do like XMGs from a brand perspective. I do use affiliates for basically almost all the brands. Right now I don't have any through HP. HP and electronics, a couple other ones I don't have, but for the most part I have affiliates for everybody. So, you know, XMG electronics is in the process of trying to set up an affiliate right now, but they currently have not. So anyway, but that's probably where I would buy this if I had to buy it in the United States and I wanted a US keyboard. Electronics, because they also have the custom BIOS, and they do have a good track record of taking care of their customers as far as I know. Okay. Hey Pancakes says, there need to do something with the heat. This is way too much. Well, we are letting it go to the maximums, you know? Okay, so this says, right now, this says 1 day remaining, even though it's 99% done installing. Yeah, so I don't know. We may come back to God of War if it finishes at some point, but for now, let's go God of War Ragnarok. Because I've already waited a half hour for the regular God of War to finish installing, and it did not ever finish. So I might have to just uninstall and reinstall the whole thing, re-download it all onto the external SSD. So we'll see. Running God of War Ragnarok now. I do like testing God of War, but it's a very simple test, but it's not worth waiting too long for it. If it finishes before the end of the live stream in between games, then we'll do it. If it doesn't, we'll skip it for today, and I'll just retest later. Oh my. Oh my. Cats are so athletic, it's crazy. Hey, Rocky, you want to come? Rocky. Rocky, come here. Rocky. Rocky, come here. Rocky, come here. Right here. Yeah, come here, Rocky. Oh, I know you want to come. Come here. Rocky, no. Rocky, no. You're not allowed to do that. He's climbing on the tripod with the camera. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. He likes being behind my Scar 18. I pretty much let him go wherever he wants, except the dinner table and the kitchen counter where we cook. I make him get down from there. And but whenever it comes to Rocky and his safety, I try to be very careful. And electronics. I'm trying to not have him destroy anything by pulling a laptop off the table too. Oh my, it says now God of War is at 15% for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not sure if I'll be able to, I should be able to test these side by side, but I might need to reload. Swap which Steam account is online. See, I wish I had enough money so I could have 2 Steam accounts with all of the games so I could run them all independently, simultaneously, all online, including games like Apex Legends, but I sadly cannot. Okay, so we need to quit now. And we'll need to go online. We'll need to play. And this one can go offline. And now this one can go online. Or like open the game, I mean. So some of these games you have to pre-open when connected to the internet to register it with like Sony. Like this game has to register to Sony before it can be played offline. So prepping a 40, 30 plus game test basically means installing and running 70 approximate games, something like that. And when I have to reinstall games or move them around, you have to, or sometimes you update the driver. Yeah, you end up having to recompile the shaders, and I apparently forgot to run God of War Ragnarök. And now it keeps crashing. But I think I can get it to work here. I don't know why it did not work this last time. It should work this time. You coming? Hey, bud. You coming to do some stress relief for me while we wait? Hi. Hi. Don't bite. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Good boy. If you can see his tail right now, his tail is wiggling a lot, which is a good sign. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Hi. Okay, now we're both in. Both laptops are entering. But we'll have to wait for shaders for both of them. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? All right, so while we're waiting for shaders, let me go ahead and check all my settings. No, you cannot go to the computer. Oh my. Okay, I guess Fern's gonna play with them. Okay, so DLSS with frame gen, reflex on, frame rate limit off, full screen, 5090, DLSS on quality, ultra graphics presets, everything looks perfect right off the bat. It's good. Maybe it uses the cloud to sync our settings. Looks like it does. That is one perk of having everything sync on one account, but yes. Okay, so we are loading shaders on both. I will turn it so we can see the shader progress. 82% on the X3D, 43% right now on Intel. All right. Let's look at some more, let's look at some data. Now that we got some data, we can line up with the 5070 for now. Let me just hide these columns. All right, so this is going to be our 5070 Ti, and this is going to be our 5090. So okay. Let me try translating this over. So this would be potentially 5070 Ti versus 5090 results. Also, we're going to want this down here and down here. Okay, and for our data, we're going to want to pick here. So right here, we want to change this to B versus H. B versus H. So, okay. Very nice. And if we were to do this, does it translate automatically? Yes. All right, and now if we bring this down here, boom. Now we have how much faster the 4090 is versus the 5090 is versus the 5070 Ti. Wow, it is a huge performance gap in a lot of games. Obviously, some of these are not valid, though, because they're not tested. But, I mean, it looks to be a 30 to 45, 50% gap in performance between a 5070 Ti and a 5090. Wild. That is a much bigger gap than I was anticipating. Whew. Dragon's Dogma was more than double the FPS. That is a big gap. Okay, so looks like it's done rendering shaders. Let's get back to it. Obviously, it's going to vary a lot from game to game, but that 5090 actually scaling really well with the X3D. No, let's load game, and we want manual save 1. Load game, manual save 1. Okie dokie. All right, so we're loaded in. We're going to boom, boom, and we're walking. There we go. We do have frame view in action here. All right, we're going to let our hero get beat up on a little bit here, take some wax, and before we die, we will end the benchmark. X3D a little bit ahead in 1% lows. Average FPS appears to be identical. All right, so we'll go ahead and end it. Boom, boom. All right. We got 242, 159, 242, 157. Wow, very close. 242, 242, 159, 157. Exactly the same performance. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy, get ready to see the X3D kick butt unless the recent Nvidia drivers fixed our Hogwarts performance. Right now, Hogwarts is very bugged on Intel 275HX on the Neo 16. Not on the Legion Pro 7i or on the Strix or Scar. It's just the Neo 16 where we see this, but we'll see if it's fixed now. I don't think it will be, though, because it was not fixed yesterday. Oh, we skipped Fortnite too. So after Hogwarts, we need to go back and we need to do Fortnite. Hogwarts. There we go. Okay. Frame view, for some reason, is not loading. Hopefully it does want to load, though. Raviki says, now the drivers are better for the 5070 Ti. I think the Doom is quite optimized. Well, it was only tested a few days ago, so in terms of 5070 Ti versus 5090, but Below of Meg says, have you tested the X3D in RTS games? I heard the gap is huge against Intel in those games. I have not tested any. I do kind of want to do a RTS specific game test, but I don't think my game test Steam account has any RTS games. All of my RTS games are going to be on my main Steam account where I have like 200 Steam games, and that's where I mainly play those games. So maybe we'll have to do a RTS benchmarking live stream specific to the X3D, you know. I think that may be worth it. But yeah, it should also be a very large performance gap because a lot of RTS games are very CPU bound. So Okay, yeah, wow. 110 versus 120, so literally double the FPS right now. Yeah, so know that this performance is bugged, and that if I were to use a performance to compare with this, I would probably use the Legion Pro 7i's result instead of the Neo 16 in this game only. Now, frame view is once again not working for some reason. Yeah. Did that? Is frame view technically running or no? Let's find out. Let's. Okay, I can't open that file in here anyway. Okay. All right. Well, I guess let's just reopen Hogwarts to try to get frame view to relatch to the application. Lots of little bugs. It happens with benchmarks. It's a big part of why I think benchmarks largely need to be done. I don't know, they don't have to be done manually, but I think it helps a lot having them done manually with someone who knows what they're doing, so that when they mess up, you can catch it. Like when the GPU TDP is not correct, like you can't just use scripts, and a lot of benchmarkers these days are just using scripts. And scripts are good that you can get really consistent results, and they're easy for the reviewer to get a lot of benchmarks done. But scripts simply remove the human element from the results, and you can see bugged data, yes, as well, if you know what you're looking for. So there's ways to still, even with scripts, to account for some of the problems. But anyway, so we already know this result is going to be all kinds of funky fresh, but let's go ahead and get the run on through. We're just going to run this run. This pre-run is to load in the assets from the game world. It's expected to have way worse performance. So we'll look around, and we'll head on back down. All right, Mike should be back, but you're going to have to let me know if the audio quality is good. So, chat, how is the audio quality? Talk to me. Looks like it's good. Hi, 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 hi. All right. We have no game audio because I don't have it turned on, but I could turn on some game audio. Okay. Sounds great. Okay, good. Yeah, my mic system is supposed to last for super long, but it doesn't. I got to figure out why. Maybe I have a setting wrong on my DJI mic. Okay, so 4x multi-frame gen, ultra ray tracing. Here we go. Boom, and off we go to the races. Boom, 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 boom. We'll stop. Reposition the camera, and off we go again. Boom, 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 boom. See the results. 347, 112, 169, 66. So 347, 112, 169, 66. This is the highest result in Hogwarts ever tested. 347 FPS. I mean, a lot of those are fake frames, obviously, but that's insane. It's higher than the screen refresh rate. Okay. Beautiful. Next up, we have Fortnite. And Fortnite should be pre-installed with the right account. In theory, let's find out if it's still here or not. Looks like it's going to make me re-log in. So for months, I want to fix the data for Hogwarts by replacing it with caveats saying that it is, let's use the Legion Pro. So let me pull this file into this window. And then re-biggie size it. So I tested the Legion Pro 7i. And you can see the results we got with the Pro 7i is over 200 FPS. And with frame view, I'm pretty sure we got still really good performance. So I'm going to use our results from the Pro 7i for now. Let's go ahead. Skip ahead a little bit. So I think this is the test right here, the official test. We did a pre-run through, and then we're hitting the little wall here. We stop it and test it, show the results. Let's see. Oh, okay, 189.55, but 55 should be doubled approximately, but that's going to be higher than 1% lows that we got on this one. Oof, maybe I just got to retest with something like the Scar or the Strix or something. Oh, I think I did a Strix G18 test too, and I know I thought I used frame view for that. See, I thought I used the frame view test for this, but you can see the average FPS 320, so not quite as good as the 3D, but it's still very good. And then with it's being doubled, it should be close to the 1% low as well. So let me try going back. Let's try checking out maybe the SCAR 18 test. Okay, frame view is here. You can see the SCAR. Is this the pretest? Okay, we did 150.48, but it's basically double that for our 1% lows. It's interesting, the Legion did the best so far in Hogwarts by a pretty nice margin as far as Intel laptops go. So I'm not sure what to do. Maybe I'll retest it with, maybe I'll retest it myself. But for now, we should not include that in the side-by-side, at least spec comparison results, you know? But I need to retest, like, I don't know. So Fortnite is now updating. Okay. Fortnite is updating 35%. 8 gig update for Fortnite apparently, compared to recently. Okay. I was muted for about 10 minutes. Dang. So if you OC the 275HX, so you can OC both the 9955HX3D and the 275. So you can OC undervolt overclock both systems, at least on XMG you can. And some laptops like the Lenovo Legion, you cannot undervolt right now, or it's buggy. Depends on the user reports. I still have to dive into it. So is the Ultra 9 275HX better in gaming than the 14900HX? That, I think, is yet to be determined. And how much better it is, we'll have to see. It's certainly better at multi-threaded rendering. That's for sure. Estimating 2 minutes remaining right now to update Fortnite. Yeah, so let's talk undervolting between these two CPUs for a moment. The 275HX can be undervolted 3 ways, potentially, but both CPUs have to have the manufacturer allow undervolting in the BIOS. So as long as there's a checkbox or something that says unlock undervolting in the BIOS, you can usually do it, and most HX laptops can do it. So if you can undervolt in the BIOS, is unlocked in the BIOS, then with Intel, you can usually use throttle stop, the default application. Sometimes you can undervolt straight in the BIOS to a certain degree, sometimes a lot. And then in other situations, you can update or undervolt using Intel XTU or throttle stop a third-party application. Now with AMD, if you want to undervolt, you primarily have 2 options. You can either undervolt in the BIOS if it's allowed. Like with XMG Neo 16, you can use the AMD curve optimizer and optimize your undervolt on a per core basis or on a all core basis. If you want to get the best results, obviously go per core and spend hours and hours fiddling with it. If you, in terms of performance gains, I'm guessing 3 to 8% depending on the silicon lottery. But we don't know. XMG said 5% for the 9955HX3D was their best result, but I think it's going to vary. Still downloading. It shows the download is almost done. Then they have to, only 1 gig left out of the 8 gigs to download for Fortnite. And then we can run our test here. So let me double check our settings while we're waiting on Fortnite. So frame rate limit, turn that to off, unlimited. We're on performance, lower graphical fidelity to maximize our FPS. Everything is disabled, except NVIDIA Reflex. That is enabled. Okay? So we'll apply that. And now we should have an unlimited frame rate with no VSync. I do prefer full screen if we can apply full screen. Okay. Nice. Very nice. What is the difference in price? Okay. Francisco says, because I'm undecided between a Titan 18 and the Legion Pro 7i, so a 14900HX versus the 275HX Pro 7i. I'm pretty sure the 275HX is going to have better performance, almost for sure, but for sure it's better in multi-core rendering, and it has a lot of new advancements from Intel. I need to actually do a side-by-side head-to-head comparison, because I've seen a lot of variation in the performance for the 275HX. I would say the main thing is the 14900HX had consistent performance and it was less buggy. And in the 14900HX laptops, I've seen weird stutters in certain games for certain laptops, but not in others. Like Hogwarts is terrible on the Neo 16, but it's great on the Legion Pro 7i, and it's pretty good on the Scar 18 and G18, but it's not quite. It's like 25-30% slower. So at least in terms of gaming, it's been very inconsistent. So I'm hoping they get some driver updates, chipset updates, get some more consistency going on here. Maybe it's worth making a video about, I don't know. But yeah, so that's going to affect benchmark performance across the board. In terms of system performance, though, and in terms of like core design, it's definitely a superior processor. It just needs, I guess, updates to the software and to keep the performance, make it consistent across all the laptops. That's my main thing, I would say, that's currently messed up. Mohammed said, I think Rocky got bored. Yeah, this is his nappy blanket. You know, he comes here to nap. He sleeps on this blanket a lot, even if I'm not sitting here, or he naps behind the Scar 18 where the exhaust is. Or he goes in the corner behind all the boxes, the laptop boxes. He like hides out in there. He has knocked those over like 6 times now. Also, the bathroom cabinet in my bathroom is, how you say, it has a hole that lets people, I think it's used for plumbing, for plumbers to access the pipes and stuff underneath there. Well, he climbs up inside there and then goes in the drawers of the bathroom drawers for the cabinet. So I had to take a piece of cardboard eventually. I tried getting him to not go in there because I'm worried about him getting stuck, and then it'd be really hard to get him out. But anyway, so I had to use a piece of cardboard to make him not be able to go up there. Like I had to tape up a piece of cardboard, like a 2 foot by 2 foot piece. Okay, so we need to invite friends. There we go, okay. Battle Royale, Battle Royale. Also, we need to check our settings on this laptop and remove our FPS limit. And everything else should be the same. Textures and view distance on Epic, everything else set to low. We're ready up. I think we're ready to go with this test. Any plans to review the Zephyrus G165090? I really hope so. My hope was that Asus was going to send me one and I could use that as my main laptop. But I don't know when they're going to send it to me. I'm very busy right now testing all these laptops anyway. So, but I think the plan is for them to send me all of their laptops in their lineup, including the Tough series when that comes out coming up. So, all right. So here we are. During the intro segment, I will do a quick test. You can see some pretty wild benchmark results so far though. 420 versus 300. 1% lows are stuttering on both systems. Quite a lot. But yeah, it's to be expected during the load-in zone. There's like hundreds of players in one tiny area. Okay. And we want to go here. Apparently my... Okay. We want to go over here. Cool. I'm doing emotes on one of the laptops. Shwam, 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 shwam. All right. So I'll benchmark us right now until we get on the ground, and then I will reset the benchmark after we get there. Currently at 600 FPS versus 400 FPS. Quite a large gap out the gate here. And we are going to go for the left of that blue marker. Rocky's back. Okay. So, last time we benchmarked this, it was best to walk side by side. Hi. Yeah, come lay down. Kitty cam for a second. Come lay down. You can't mess with the camera. No. I know you like rubbing against it. Can you lay down? Can you lay down for me? Come. Come, come. No, you can't walk on the computer either. Okay, there you go. Good job. That's good. Okay, good job. All right. Cool, so we're looking at basically the same spot on the map. And, oh my. Okay, I need you to relax for me. People are fighting up ahead. All right, so we are testing now. We are running. We're going to run the same stretch of road as long as we can. So we get the same things on the screen as much as possible. Trying to keep the characters off of each other's screens can be difficult. Cha-cha-cha. So 500 FPS, but 1% low right now is better on Intel. That is really weird. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing on Nvidia Frame View or not. We'll cross this bridge and then we'll end the benchmark on the other side of the bridge if we can. But look at that GPU utilization, much, much higher than on the X3D chip. All right, so taking a look at our results, 503, 148, 366, 141. Yeah, so I think Afterburner is not as reliable as Frame View. Yes, hello. Yes. Please don't mess with the camera. Yes. Okay. Okay. So the result there is X3D is 37% faster on average FPS, only 5% faster for 1% lows though. Okay. I think that was a good test. Let's get into Monster Hunter Wilds is next. We only have a couple more games to do, and then we'll, I think, let me double check. We have a few. We have Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Starfield, and Witcher 3. Monster Hunter Wilds, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Starfield, and Witcher 3. So 4 games total, and then we'll have our numbers to compare. Wow. So I'm looking at the data here, and I'm just comparing some of the 5090 versus 5070 Ti versus 5090 data, and it is such a big gap. You know, given how long it takes to get Monster Hunter Wilds to compile the shaders, I might end up eventually removing this from the benchmark list for that reason. It takes so long. Okay, let me check chat. I haven't checked chat in a few minutes. Okay. My friend says, I'm thinking of the MSI Raider 18HX 5080 for 3D and graphic design. Do you think it's great in terms of build quality and longevity? I think for 3D graphic design, it's good. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's very portable. I have the Raider 18HX behind me, right there. We will be doing that is the next major live stream, I believe, is going to be testing that. I think the Raider 18HX is very impressive in many ways. It lacks G-Sync and Advanced Optimus. Those are 2 key features that MSI really needs to bring back in. The other thing is, do you want a 4K display? If you do, then that's definitely an option. If you don't want a 4K display, then, and I think the main reason to go for QHD is it's just more friendly towards games, right? So easier to run the native resolution. That said, you can always use upscaling with the 4K monitor and then have the extra resolution for your detailed animation work or 3D modeling, I think you said. Let's see here, 3D and graphic design. So yeah, a 4K display is going to be great for that. If I had to pick a laptop to use for 3D and graphic design, though, I would go Blade 18. I think it's better. I do have my Blade 18 right there. So I do have a lot of experience with these machines. I think
I think the Raider is probably going to have, at least compared to my Blade 18, have better performance. I don't know about the 2025 Blade 18 though. Should have higher levels of performance with that, or at least more comparable levels of performance. But going for a 4K display could make a lot of sense if you're a graphic designer and you want the extra PPI to see more details on your work. So Kalen says, I'm pretty sure this game is now running on the wrong CCD. For which one? Fortnite, you think? I don't think so, because it is crushing. It is 30-something% advantage, right? Or which game are you talking about? Fortnite, 37% advantage to the X3D chip in Fortnite. It's pretty big. Gravitian says, as long as the game is not extremely sensitive to memory latency, 275HX will probably beat the 14900HX. Arrow Lake is simply much more efficient than Raptor Lake. 80 watt on Arrow Lake is equal to 150 watt on Raptor Lake. Maybe that's true for multi-core rendering, but not true for gaming. Gaming is pretty similar, I think, if both of them are using 80 watts. I guess maybe the 275HX is going to be a little bit better, but their peak performance in gaming is going to be right in that 60 to 80 to 100 watt range, you know. But in terms of, I don't know. I just think the IPC instruction per clock cycle is going to be better on the 275HX. That's going to be the main advantage, and that's partially what you're saying here too. Gravitian says, and I'm not still convinced that the chip degradation issue that affected Raptor Lake on desktop is only limited to desktop. Yeah, maybe, but I think the main reason why we think it's only affecting desktop is because it's still loading the shaders. Is because we haven't seen mass failures on laptops, and we did see mass failures on desktops. So that's the main reason why I think it's not on the laptop side. And I think the desktop issue is primarily related to the voltage, right? It was running at too high of a voltage, and the laptops just were never running at that high of a voltage. It was already below that voltage level, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be misremembering, but I thought that was the core issue. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe time will tell, and we'll end up with a bunch of failed 13900 and 14900 HX chips. But like my Blade 18 back there, still running strong, 2+ years of constant use without any regular, consistent issues with the CPU, as far as I know. The 9955HX3D is the best mobile CPU that one can buy on the market. Problem is it's rare and it's expensive, yes. And for many users, it's irrelevant. If you just primarily play AAA games and you don't take esports that seriously, which is a lot of people, then the 275HX or the 9955HX is just the better chip, because in all the ways that matter, you're going to get the FPS you need at a better price, right? So, but for anyone that loves esports or just is a performance maximalist or smoothness maximalist, the HX3D is juicy. I mean, you get that extra performance. It might cost you a few $100s more, but it's going to give you, in some games, the performance jump of going from a 5070 Ti to a 5090 equivalent of performance. Like when you look at this chart we've got here, when we jump from the Neo to the HX3D, in some of these games, we're talking 35% difference in performance, which is the same performance difference we're seeing jumping from a 5070 Ti versus a 5090, which is what I've got here. So the 5070 Ti being this much faster, or sorry, the 5090 being this much faster than the 5070 Ti. So 34, 46, 32, 37, 40, 48. If we average these out, it's going to be like 35%, I think, or something like that. Okay, looks like the shaders have loaded. Let's go ahead and get into our benchmark. Bismo, thanks, because you removed it. Me a doubt in gaming. If in gaming it's the same at 80 watts, I would take the i9. I mean, it's not going to be the same. I think the 275HX will be better. But how much better is the question. And I have not tested it yet enough to know, or done a side-by-side comparison enough to know. Especially if you're talking about a GPU change too. I think if you're talking about potentially going from a 275HX 5080 versus a 4090 or something like that, Titan. I'm not sure which GPU option you're talking there. Or the price. I'd have to actually see the specific details around the offer if I were to be able to recommend one way or another. But just know that the 1400HX processor is still really, really fast. I mean, you're going to get really good performance on that too. It's still a high-end chip. Okay, I think all of the settings here by default are correct on both. So I think we're just ready to slap the benchmark and let's see what happens. And we'll do our best. We'll do our best to also use frame view to do this tracking of the 1% lows here because it seems to be more accurate, but we may have to rely on Afterburner for the 1% lows. We'll see. Average FPS is super close. Basically following it for a like for like. 1% lows. Whoa, it was on the Intel's favor. Now it's on the X3D's favor. Now it's Intel's favor again. It's going back and forth as the scene changes. So we'll have to see the 1% lows when we get to the very end here. But performance is really good on both. So 4090 Titan versus 5080 on Lenovo. And Francisco, I'm assuming they're the same price. Is that right? 4090 Titan versus 5080 Lenovo. The big difference there, of course, is going to be the 4K display on the Titan being not as good for esports gaming, but better for maybe graphical design work or detail work with 4K. I would personally go for the QHD display. OLED on the Lenovo, as it's a far superior display, in my opinion, than the 4K mini LED on the Titan, because the Titan has a bit of a slow response time for gaming, in my opinion. It's too high. I notice it when I use it. So, but again, if you're not an esports person and you're just more casual gaming, you won't notice that as much. But the lack of G-Sync on the display, you might notice, depending on the game. You know? Did you feel that? Did you see the pain in my face when I say that? Because when you notice the G-Sync's tearing, oh, it's painful, you know? It can be very, very painful. If you do end up running into G-Sync issues, then you can always enable V-Sync as your backup, even with the Titan, but that does increase your input latency a little bit more. But you can get smooth, tear-free gameplay with VSync. It's just more of a pain in the butt. Okay, average FPS. X3D currently ahead, 164.5 versus 163, 162. So like 1.5 FPS ahead right now on the X3D. And you can see that being reflected here on the average FPS on Afterburner as well. 1% lows do appear to be better a little bit on the X3D now that we're further into the benchmark. 184 versus 75. Wow, look at our VRAM utilization, or at least our allocation, 20 and a half gigs on Intel, 20 gigs on the X3D. That is insane. Look at our RAM allocation too, 30 gigs on the X3D, 23.5 gigs. I wonder what's the difference, why there's such a difference in RAM allocation, but yeah, Kellen's asking about that. I have no idea. That's really weird. I don't know if that's related to the X3D or not. I don't know. Very interesting. This game is a VRAM hog? Yeah. But wow, look at the VRAM. It went down to 13 now. Whew. So VRAM just got freed up big time. It makes me wonder if you would actually stutter on it though, like, because sometimes games will take up a lot of VRAM that it doesn't really need because it'll just allocate extra, and then you won't actually stutter if you don't hit the max potential allocation. You only stutter if you actually if you hit the max effectively used allocated portion of it, you know, like right now it's allocating 15 gigs, but maybe only using 12 or 13, you know. Sometimes it'll use a few gigs less than it's allocated. I'm guessing, you know, on the 5080s, we didn't see any stuttering from VRAM allocation. So I'm guessing we did not hit the allocation limits at all, even though we saw up to 20 gigs allocated. Okay, once we start seeing beans being poured onto a pita, that's our cue, or I guess a cheese being poured onto a pita, that's our cue to end the frame view benchmark. Right now, average FPS is about 1.5 FPS higher on the X3D, but we'll see. 1% low, according to Afterburner, is about 8 FPS higher, 7 FPS higher. Okay, pitas, beans, on. We're going to go ahead and end in 3, 2, 1. Cheese, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. All right, our performance review. 159.80, 157.77, very close. Hunter Wilds, 159.80, 157.77. Super close results there. And to show our results here that we officially got was 161.18 versus 159.2. So, I mean, we could use the average from this, I think is fair. But the 1% low, we'll take that from frame view. All right, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is next. So our data is really filling out here. We're missing God of War, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Starfield, and The Witcher 3. Okay. Options, DLSS on quality, we're going to do the highest with ray tracing on ultra. Play, options, DLSS on quality, highest, ray tracing on ultra. Okay, and now play. Francesco says, I played The Division 2, Destiny, GTA roleplay. Ooh, GTA roleplay. Oh my. Spicy, spicy. Okay, I'm not an esports gamer. Titan, I would pay 4.5K. Lenovo, 3.2K. I was worried maybe only for the 2 inches less on the Lenovo. Okay, for those prices, go Lenovo, man. Like, it's better. It's a better deal. Okay, like I know that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, or go for a 5090. Go for a 5090 Lenovo, or go for a Scar 18 if you want an 18-inch, because you're paying your Scar 18 is only 4.4K, so it's still cheaper. Yeah, I mean the Titan in that scenario at that price does not make sense to me. If they were the same price, I would say it's competitive, because then the performance is competitive with one another. Okay, options, display and graphics. All right, all right. We should be good to run the benchmark. Boom, boom. And yeah, if you can, I do have a link to the Lenovo page if you want to help support me. And when you're making this decision, if you want to use my link to help you, to help support the channel, it would be appreciated. All right, let's see what we get. We're right here. This is the most complicated environment that we're benchmarking in, so we're going to use this for our 1% low value. I think we go around her one more time and then it ends. It's not that long, really. So we're going to end the 1% low test here in a moment. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so let's see. 175, 132, 178, 136. Interesting. So 132, 136. Graviton says, I don't know if it would look good gaming at 2560 by 1600 on a 3840 by 2400 screen. It does look good. I can tell you it does look good. But just using upscaling is easier. So 1% low right now. You can't use it at all because it has this stutter, the loading stutter here. Okay, so loading stutter is gone. Let's go ahead and reset this. You can use the 1% low here as well if we wanted to as the value, but average FPS pretty clearly in the lead on the X3D. The 1% low also looking pretty good on the X3D. Interesting. I don't know, maybe since this is a longer benchmark area, it's better to use the 1% low here. I don't know. Because the opening benchmark area is really short. This is kind of more of an extended portion of the benchmark. Do you ever need to travel with your laptop? The sheer size of the 18 inches with a few exceptions like the Blade 18 gets tiresome. Yeah, so I've traveled with the Blade 18 all over the world. Went to, not all over the world, but I've taken the Blade 18 to Japan, Taiwan, obviously Thailand, United States, all over different places in the United States, flying, cafes, you know, taken it to quite a few different places. So I don't think we can use the 1% low there. I think it ended before we got there. So 190 versus 183. 190 versus 183. Okay. Next up is Starfield. Starfield, and is God of War done? Says download failed, missing files. Okay, looks like we'll have to do God of War another time. Or maybe I can take the God of War result we had from the previous Neo 16 and use it as a placeholder, because I already tested it once, theoretically. Okay. You guys could see, right? You guys could see the benchmark, that last benchmark? Yeah, okay, good. Settings, display, dynamic resolution off. All right. Brightness, contrast. We're setting things to ultra. DLSS quality, frame generation on. Ultra. DLSS quality, frame generation on. Just go back in here, make sure that it took the settings that we changed. Looks good. Let continue. All right. Beautiful. So this is Starfield. Starfield, fantastic game. I played through New Game Plus 3, 4, 5 times. I can't remember how many. Really, really fun game. Especially if you're a nerd that likes building your own ship, because you can build custom spaceships in this. It's kind of like Skyrim in space. That said, it's not, I don't think it's as in-depth as Skyrim, and it's very repetitive at times. So that's kind of the downside to it. Okay. I just realized frame view is not here. Okay. Wow. CPU package power 90 watts, 100 watts, 87 watts. We're cramming a lot of juice through this system to keep up the GPU and CPU in sync here. Okay. So I don't know if frame view is just not friendly with this application, or what's going on. I'll try restarting frame view. Let's go to desktop. Let's try reloading one more time. You know, this is the first time I've tried utilizing something like first time I've tried utilizing something like FrameView for official benchmark testing, and it's been extremely buggy and unreliable in terms of, is it always visible? Like right now it's visible again, but it wasn't visible the first time. So, yeah. Mohammed Ibrahim says, by the way, the links in the description open to the same version of the laptop. Okay, thank you so much. Also, you can get to either version of the laptop, I think. through the link. I think that might be normal behavior. But let me double check that that's correct. I might need to redo the link. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. So I'm going to need to grab the right link there. Thank you. Nice. All right. All right, I'll fix the link in the description. It should go to the A25 now. Wow. Our FPS also just went way higher. Like frame gen was not enabled or something, and now it is or something. I don't know. So that's really interesting. Because before we were only doing 101. Now we're doing 175. Let's make sure our settings didn't get messed with. That looks correct. That looks correct too. So I'm guessing you just need to restart the game. All right. Here we go. Oop, I messed up the settings for that. There we go. Okay. And messed it up again. Okay. The mouse was underneath on the top of the blanket a little bit. That's why. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we'll do our frame view test. And if we go. Dun 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 dun. And looks like we've got about 10 more FPS on the X3D, and about 10 higher as well for the 1% lows. We're going to stop here, and we're going to rotate, and we're going to center up on the door here. Good. And we're going to continue through the town. This is the town, port town of Aquila. It is like a bounty hunting kind of town of outlaws, kind of, but also kind of friendly community at the same time. It's like an outpost, or like one of the larger cities, basically, that you can go to, even if you're. Yeah, and this is where the police headquarters are, or whatever, if you want to be like a bounty hunter. Anyway, okay, so our results. Let's also end frame view. Frame view got us 164.99, 157.90. So pretty similar-ish difference in terms of differences as MSI Afterburner, but the numbers are different. Okay. All right, 164.99 and 157.90. All right, so 4% advantage to the X3D and 10% advantage in 1% lows. Okay. So the only one we're missing right now is The Witcher 3 and God of War. Let's load up The Witcher 3. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. These settings should all be the same already. So DLSS on quality, ray tracing on ultra, good. Display, good. That's all good. This one, Might need some video changes here. Let's see. That's correct. And graphics are already set to correct. Good. Cool. All right, we're getting close to making our graphs. We'll just have to exclude God of War, I think, for now, unless while making the graph. I'll try to let it update God of War while we're making the graph, and if we can do it before we finish making the graphs, then we'll include the data if we can. All right. So very nice. And we got frame view here too. It's double nice. Okay, here we go. Oh, we got Rocky in the picture. He's about to terrorize us. Hey, bud. Thank you for not knocking a laptop down, little buddy. Okay. Here we go. And we're going to start our benchmark run in 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom. And off we go. Shaboom. Shaboom. Shaboom, boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. We'll need to run and jump, and we'll need to run and jump. La. And we'll go shaboom. Very nice. And we'll angle on over here to the wall. Bingo. Bingo, bango, bongo. Things are looking good. X3D currently 3 FPS ahead with Afterburner, 1% low, 7 FPS ahead. Obviously excellent frames per second on both though. All right, boom, boom. And our results officially 147, 96, 143, 96. Okay, so very, very close. 147, 96, 143, 96. So tie for 1% lows in The Witcher 3. All right, and then let's see here. God of War. Let's see if we can repair these files while we're waiting. Okay. So this is our results that we got. Let's take our first batch. Oh, you know, we got to do, this should be 3. This should be 3. And I think this will translate over just fine. Like that. Okay. Very nice. We have our averages right there. Let's go ahead and take I am going to take this USB mouse and put it on the SCAR because I need it now. Over here, I need to get a couple more mice actually. How much better battery last Intel versus AMD? Between these two chips, I think the Intel gives a little bit better, but not good battery life on either of these. And it's pretty interestingly competitive as well when you get to real other more power efficient GPUs. Okay, so GPU bound games, we need to redo the selection here. Probably just need to straight up amend this because it's completely wrong now. Let's just do an average of GPU bound games. So GPU, theoretically, Baldur's Gate is, I would say, a GPU. GPU, 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 GPU. Dragon's Dogma, I'm going to call it CPU. Okay, I can't call it CPU, it's GPU. God of War should be included, but it's currently not done. God of War Ragnarok. Hogwarts also should not be included. For now, we're not going to include. Well, God of War Ragnarok should be included, but not Hogwarts, with these numbers at least. Marvel Rivals. I mean, I would say Marvel Rivals is still GPU bound. Monster Hunter Wilds. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Starfield. Valorant is definitely CPU bound. Rainbow Six Siege, I would say it's basically GPU bound, but yeah. And then The Witcher 3, obviously GPU bound. Okay. And then let's see here. What did we just do? It was not comma deleting this for me? Okay, that's annoying. I clicked the wrong thing there. All right. I believe we did all of these. So this is going to be our GPU bound number. I do include Marvel Rivals as GPU bound because it is very optimized. And let's see, then The Witcher 3. All right. So wow. Also, this is CPU bound, but this should be GPU. This is going to be CPU bound this time. Okay, and then for our CPU bound games, we're going to delete this previous group set, and we're going to put in a new group set for CPU bound games. Boom, 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 boom. Not Hogwarts. But PUBG, yes. Valorant, yes. Warzone, yes and yes. Rainbow Six Siege, I think, is a GPU bound game. At least as best I can tell. So, wow. CPU bound game for average gave us a 54% advantage. I mean, those are basically all. That is mind boggling. Let's go ahead and just take this number across. Take this number across. So that is insane. You got PUBG really skewing the results at 146%. And then everything else is basically like 29, 30%. Okay, so total average. Let's see here. So these are taking our two averages down here and dividing them by each other for 19% and 12%. Okay, interesting. So going to Canva now, I think I'm just going to uninstall God of War and reinstall. So the three values we cannot use, I'm just going to do, see, we're utilizing the Hogwarts data in here as part of these averages right now. So it's going to skew the results. I want to put in a placeholder data, but it's not, I want to do real data if I can. And I want it to be as accurate as possible. So I need to just retest this, probably on another game for now. But to calculate up these averages, we need to not include this number. So we need to go till Fortnite. For now, we need to just go like this, down to here, then include here, and not there, and then right here down to here. So we're skipping God of War and Hogwarts. All right, and we're going to do that all the way across here. Okay, that evens out our results a lot, removing the Hogwarts data. Brings the Intel closer, and I think it's more accurate. Okay. So for GPU-bound games, we're talking only a 3% difference. For overall average, 16%. And for CPU-bound games, 54%. For 1% lows, we're talking about an overall average of 10%. GPU-bound games, 5.8%. CPU-bound games, 26%. So like esports games basically being, oh, well, this is basically esports games in the CPU-bound category here. So I think we'll just get rid of this category for now. And we'll just say, oh, let's call it CPU-bound games. It's fine. Okay, so let's move these results into Canva. So I already knew the X3D was going to win. But CPU-bound games by, let's start with average. Average game percentage by 16.16, and then 3.2. This would help if we line them up in the same order. 3.2%, and then 54.76% in CPU-bound games. That is crazy. 54.76. Okay, and let's edit this data. We got to drag our game list into here. And we got to do it without, we'll have to delete a few rows of data, but we can delete the data altogether after we import it. So bring those in. Then we're going to grab our data from here. We're going to grab the 300. We want the average too. I might need to add that at the end. Yeah, I'll need the average. All right, and then we'll grab here to here, paste that there, and grab here to here, paste that there. Okay, that is the correct data. Now we need to remove, for now, we need to remove God of War, and we need to remove Hogwarts. Or maybe we can just leave the Intel data blank until it gets fixed. Total averages are correct now. There we go. And bingo. Now we got to do the same thing for our 1% lows. So 1% lows is 10%, 10 point something, 10.34 to the X3D. And this should be average, FPS average. And then GPU-bound games, and then CPU-bound games, I think. Is that the order we did it in? Yes, okay. And 5.87% and 26% exactly in CPU-bound games. All right, we gotta bring our data in to the chart. And we've got to bring this data over too. And we've got to bring this data over as well. And voila. So looks like our data numbers are formatted to be really, really long for some reason. Have to figure out what's going on there. All right, so in this, we now need to remove God of War and Hogwarts, or at least just the Intel data for now. Okay, cool. All right, now that that's done, X3D is better for the verdict? Yeah, really. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our summary. Now let's go ahead and I'll try to make this as big as I can. I don't know, can I make it? Okay, are we still live? I think I put the laptop to sleep temporarily. I hope we're still live. I pressed the sleep button when I was trying to press F11 to make a full screen. Let's go F11. No, that didn't work either. Okay, I can make a full screen. Yes. Okay, cool. Now, let's go here. Cool animation. And I should make the text animate better too. Let's close here and let's animate. Clarify. Yeah, let's go clarify. Clarify. Oh my, that really takes a long time to animate. Okay, whatever. Let's do it. Okay. So cool. Looks like you guys can already see everything, but let's go ahead and do it. All right, so let's summarize the results. Okay, so here's our graph from all of the data that we found in the FPS averages category. Apex Legends, 300 FPS, Baldur's Gate, 311 versus 278. You can go through this on a case-by-case basis if you'd like. Of course, you can also review each individual game benchmark live that was done live and then put into this. So if you recognize any problems or errors, please feel free to comment down below. But the biggest outliers, of course, being the CPU-bound games. CPU-bound games being 54% faster, with the biggest outlier being PUBG on low settings, doing 335 FPS versus 136. Insane! So average overall was faster on the HX3D by 16.16%, and this is after removing Hogwarts and not including God of War, because it was not able to benchmark it today. Now, when you just look at GPU-bound games, you're only 3.2% faster on the HX3D. It's not much at all. So if you're just playing GPU-bound games almost all the time, go for the Intel 275HX. It's cheaper. The CPU-bound games, 54% faster. Literally 54%. That is so much faster. That is just crazy levels of performance difference. You can't go wrong going for an HX3D. If you're an esports player, if you're a strategy game player, CPU-bound games in general are going to be so much faster. That said, the 275HX is still putting up some great numbers for general gameplay and for the most part for 1% lows. And we're talking in the hundreds of FPS here. So you're talking about some very good FPS numbers versus also just extremely good FPS numbers. So again, if you want to save some money and go for the 275HX, I think that's a valid choice as well. Now let's do 1% low performance. We're looking at 10% better 1% lows for the HX3D. GPU-bound games, only 5.8% faster to the HX3D in 1% lows. And in CPU-bound games, it's not as big of a gap, only 26% faster to the HX3D. Of course, these numbers are subject to change. I just did this live in front of everybody. Collected the data, graphed it, and everything. So hope you guys found this live stream helpful. I think the numbers here are good. Obviously open to critique and to fixing it and getting some more numbers as well. Now, I did do a bunch of other system benchmarks like the 8-64 RAM speed, which we saw was faster. The speedometer, so 8-64 RAM speed was faster on Intel for the main copy speeds, but the L1, L2, L3 cache was faster on the HX3D. Blender benchmarks, faster with Intel for some reason, don't know why. CrystalDiskMark SSD, very, very fast on both systems. Cinebench R24, slightly faster for Intel. Cinebench R23, slightly faster for Intel, at least on 10-minute runs. For one-off runs, though, the R23 scores on the HX3D were a little bit faster by like just a little bit, by a few percent, like 2% or something. TimeSpy, Steel Nomad, and Speedway were all extremely close. So very close Silicon Lottery in terms of the RTX 5090s we have in these machines. And for the games, like, you just saw the performance in the games. Massive advantage to the HX3D in CPU-bound games and only a slight advantage in GPU-bound games. I hope this comparison was helpful for everybody. Let me check chat for any quick questions, and then I got to end it. It's been a 5.5-hour live stream. Oh my gosh. I did not think it was going to go this long, but I keep making these videos longer and longer with more and more tests. Plus, we had all the issues loading some of the games. I had to re-download some and all that stuff. So thank you so much for all of your patience. Timestamps will be included shortly or soon. So, okay, checking chat. How is the Ryzen 9 HX370? It's a great CPU. I did do a comparison already on that, but not necessarily with like a 5090 paired to it. Yeah. Why no Alienware Area 51 with 9955HX3D? Probably because Dell and Alienware have a strong relationship with Intel historically, and they've already got all those pipelines set up, and the last AMD Alienware M18 was kind of a crapshoot, so I imagine Alienware is not too excited to work with AMD again. So yeah, there's that. How about noise decibels? So noise decibels on the XMG Neo are very, very good. I think it was 54 on max fans, but then it went down to like 51, 52 under typical workloads. And of course, with the water cooler, it's like 48 or something, 47. I don't know. Check the individual laptop reviews if you want to know noise decibel tests, because I do those noise decibel tests. In those reviews, this is just a dedicated CPU comparison benchmark live stream, so not really included that. Kellen says, well done, Brandon. Thanks for the stream. Have a good rest today. Thank you so much. This is the most exhaustive benchmark comparison that I've ever done live, so please drop a like if you enjoyed it. Can I test Rust or Escape from Tarkov, please? I would love to test both of those. I just don't own either of them, at least not on my test account. So that's the main issue. Yeah. Give Rocky a kiss for me? Okay. I'll do that. Thanks for your time and work. Did you like the XMG more than the SCAR? Well, I can't really use the XMG as my main laptop because the keyboard's different. It's got a UK keyboard layout. It's really hard to type on for me. But in terms of performance, obviously the XMG is faster, especially the HX3D version. At least, yeah. So performance-wise, it's definitely better. But in terms of general usability, it's kind of hard to notice some of the performance differences. So I've really enjoyed using the Scar 18 for a lot of reasons so far. And so far, the Scar 18's treating me pretty well, though it has had a couple of crashes, just kind of random, everyday using the laptop kind of crashes, though pretty much all of the new laptops usually have those every now and then. So I think it's crashed probably 3 times total over the couple weeks that I've been using it. Can I give you the account? Can I contact you somehow? Yeah, if you have an Escape from Tarkov license that you would like me to test, you can email me, I guess, a temporary username and password that you want me to use on it. I don't know. I'm very curious to test it as well. So that would be very interesting to test. So it's just, my email is just gizmoslip@gmail.com. It's on my public YouTube page. So thanks for all the effort. Really appreciate it. No problem. We'll see you in the next one. Drum roll, Brandon and Rocky.